Tonight, we step into a story hidden beneath the surface of history, one not told through battles or speeches, but through chemistry. In the laboratories and barracks of Nazi Germany, a quiet addiction was born, one that fueled soldiers, sharpened tempers, and blurred the line between endurance and insanity. This isn't the tale of war's glory, but of its strange machinery, the pills, powders, and promises that kept a crumbling empire awake. If slow, haunting histories like this one help you rest, feel free to subscribe, but only if it truly brings you calm. And if you're listening out there in the dark, let me know where you are and what time it is. It's oddly soothing to know how far these stories drift. So, dim the lights. Let the hum of your room settle. And let's begin with the first spark of chemical ambition that would change a nation. You could say that after the First World War, Germany wasn't so much a country as a sigh. It was exhausted, physically, morally, spiritually, and economically. The war that was supposed to make Germany great had instead dismantled everything that made it feel human. 2 million dead, millions more wounded or haunted by memories they couldn't explain, and a nation stripped of its empire and its pride. When the guns finally went silent in 1918, it wasn't peace that followed, it was weariness, a deep, bone-soaked fatigue that no amount of sleep could cure. The Kaiser was gone, the monarchy dissolved, and democracy arrived like an unexpected guest. Nobody quite sure whether to offer it tea or show it the door. This was the Weimar Republic, born out of necessity rather than enthusiasm. It tried to modernize Germany, to drag it from imperial grandeur into something more parliamentary. But democracy doesn't feed people, and the new republic soon found itself presiding over economic chaos so absurd it bordered on tragicomedy. Reparations from the Treaty of Versailles demanded billions in gold marks. Money Germany simply didn't have. The government's solution was ingenious in its simplicity: print more. By 1923, printing presses were running around the clock, turning forests into banknotes faster than citizens could spend them. The result was a kind of financial theatre. Children played with stacks of worthless money like building blocks, and families hauled wages home in wheelbarrows. By the time you reached the bakery, the price of bread had doubled again. It wasn't just inflation, it was farce performed on a national scale. When a society can no longer trust its money, it starts looking elsewhere for something real, something that works, something that feels alive. For many Germans, that something became chemistry. If politics and faith had failed, perhaps science could succeed. The country that had once prided itself on Goethe and Beethoven now placed its faith in laboratory glassware and powdered miracles. Pharmaceutical giants like Bayer, Merck, and Temmler flourished. Germany's chemists were world-class. Men in spotless white coats who believed that human misery could be measured, refined, and cured. They gave the world aspirin, morphine, and less nobly, heroin, which was marketed, without irony, as a cough suppressant for children. There was a pill or tonic for everything: nerves, appetite, fatigue, melancholy. Germans didn't just want to live again, they wanted to live efficiently. It was in many ways the first modern society of burnout. Cities buzzed with electric trams and typewriters, but the people running them were running on fumes. The war had changed the rhythm of life: faster, harder, more mechanical, And peace brought no rest, only anxiety. Sleep became a luxury. People worked long hours in unstable jobs, political violence simmered in the streets, and there was a creeping sense that the country itself was staying awake on borrowed time. To be tired in Weimar Germany was normal. To feel nothing at all was worse. And so, citizens sought little ways to lift themselves. A tonic here? A stimulant there? A chemical push to make another bleak morning bearable. The 1920s are often remembered for cabaret, jazz, and smoky Berlin nightclubs where anything went. That image is true but incomplete. The decadence wasn't joy. It was defiance, an attempt to dance away despair. In those same clubs, behind the glitter and feathers, one could find the quiet hum of addiction beginning to spread. Doctors prescribed stimulants freely. Pharmacies sold them openly. Amphetamines, cocaine, morphine, each promised alertness, clarity, even courage. And people wanted courage more than anything. The German spirit had been broken, and if a little white pill could make it stand upright again, who was going to argue? There's a certain dark humour in how civilised it all looked. The same society that once worshipped discipline and order now relied on chemical shortcuts to feel in control. Housewives took nerve tonics. Students downed pep tablets before exams. Factory workers used stimulants to stay awake through double shifts. Even chocolate wasn't safe. Some brands quietly laced with small doses of methamphetamine, marketed as energy chocolate. A spoonful of sugar may help the medicine go down, but in Germany, the medicine helped the sugar go up. Doctors and scientists called it progress. After all, the modern world was demanding. Why not modern solutions? Fatigue, sadness, and fear were no longer seen as human conditions, but as inefficiencies, flaws in the machinery of the self. If chemistry could fix a broken machine, it could fix a broken man. The logic was intoxicating. Germany's greatest export wasn't coal or steel anymore. It was faith in scientific salvation. But beneath the optimism, the nation was unravelling. By 1929, the American stock market crashed, and with it went Germany's fragile recovery. Loans from Wall Street dried up, factories closed, and unemployment soared past 6 million. For a country already fraying at the edges, it was the final insult. Breadlines grew longer, tempers shorter, and democracy, that delicate experiment, began to look less like hope and more like a joke. People wanted strength again, clarity, certainty, purpose. And in the background, waiting patiently, was a man with all three, or at least the performance of them. Adolf Hitler entered this weary world not as a monster, but as a remedy. He spoke with the energy of a man who had never known fatigue, every word charged, every gesture deliberate. He promised renewal, order, and pride. He talked of purity, of health, of moral strength. He condemned weakness in all forms, alcohol, tobacco, degeneracy, and preached a vision of Germany reborn as a nation of clean living and iron will. It was, in retrospect, the perfect sales pitch to a country quietly addicted to staying awake. A sleep-deprived people rarely question a man who offers them dreams. In the cafes and factories, life continued to stumble forward. People still took their tonics, still queued for bread, still read the headlines with the dull resignation of those who have seen too much. Yet something was shifting, an impatience beneath the exhaustion. The idea that human beings could be improved, perfected even, took hold. Science had become ideology. Efficiency became morality. The German body was to be optimized, stronger, faster, tireless. And if that required chemical help, so be it. The pill bottle replaced the prayer book. By the early 1930s, the Weimar Republic was a nation of contradictions. Brilliant yet broken, creative yet chaotic. Berlin glowed with art and decadence, while rural towns starved. The people were clever, cynical, and restless. The more the Republic tried to move forward, the more it wobbled like a man walking home after too many stimulants. And into that wobble stepped the Nazi Party, promising balance. Hitler didn't invent Germany's need for energy, he inherited it. What he and his inner circle would do, however, was weaponize it. For now, though, the story remains one of quiet desperation. Before the uniforms, before the rallies, before the chemical warfare of Blitzkrieg, there was simply a tired country trying to stay awake. The pharmacists of Berlin and Munich may not have known it, but they were already shaping the next war in powder form. Every prescription filled for nervous exhaustion, every amphetamine sold for alertness, was a small rehearsal for the industrial madness to come. Looking back, it's remarkable how normal it all seemed. A woman takes her tonic before cleaning. A clerk swallows a tablet before work. A soldier keeps a few pills in his pocket from his last posting. Nobody thinks of it as addiction. It's just modern life. But the 20th century had quietly discovered something ancient, that power and escape often come from the same bottle. As the 1930s dawned, Germany remained caught between collapse and resurrection. The sleepless nation searched for meaning in machines, medicine, and men who claimed to have all the answers. When Hitler finally took power in 1933, the country he inherited was already conditioned to believe that every weakness could be cured by ideology, by technology, or failing that, by chemistry. And so the stage was set. A society exhausted by war and humbled by failure would soon rebuild itself into one of the most terrifying engines of the modern age. An engine fueled, quite literally, by stimulants. The tired nation was about to wake up, but not in the way it hoped. Before the world saw tanks rolling through Europe, before soldiers marched for days without rest, before Hitler's doctor filled his veins with exotic concoctions, there was this moment, quiet, uneasy, half asleep. Germany, the insomniac of Europe, staring at its own reflection in the mirror of science and mistaking it for salvation. It's a strange kind of tragedy, really. A people who longed for rest instead found momentum, and once set in motion they couldn't stop. Perhaps that's the cruelest irony of all, that the pursuit of endless energy ends, inevitably, in collapse. And when it did, the crash was not just chemical, it was historical, and the world would still be feeling its tremors long after the last pill had dissolved. If the 19th century was the age of industry, the 20th began as the age of chemistry, and nowhere more so than in Germany. By the 1930s, the nation's laboratories had become cathedrals of progress, glass-walled temples where scientists performed miracles in white coats. Chemistry was not just a science here, it was an identity. The country that had given the world aspirin, morphine, and synthetic dyes took enormous pride in its ability to turn misery into molecules. And after the First World War, misery was abundant. German pharmaceutical companies, Bayer, Merck, and Temmler among them, had survived defeat better than most industries. While factories lay in ruins, the chemists kept working. They were the high priests of recovery, offering solutions not in speeches or policies, but in powders and tablets. Science, after all, didn't lose wars. Politicians did. If the politicians couldn't restore Germany's strength, perhaps chemistry could. By the late 1930s, the country's pharmacies were stocked with bottled optimism. There were tonics for the nerves, stimulants for fatigue, and sedatives for the unfortunate moments when the stimulants worked too well. The modern German household had a small cabinet of miracles, and one of the most popular of them all came in a neat white tablet called Pervitin. Developed by Temmler Works in 1937, it was pure methamphetamine, though no one used such an ugly word. The advertisements made it sound positively wholesome. Housewives were shown beaming as they cleaned, students smiling serenely as they studied, and office workers tackling mountains of paperwork with superhuman grace. Pervitin, energy for living, the slogan proclaimed. The nation listened, and it worked, spectacularly so. A single dose banished fatigue, sharpened concentration, and created a sense of invincible clarity. People stayed awake for hours, even days, without feeling tired. Housewives swore by it. Bus drivers adored it. Students couldn't imagine exams without it. It was, in essence, bottled confidence. Modern, scientific, and perfectly legal. Germany had discovered how to outwit exhaustion, and it was delighted. No one thought to question it. The country was obsessed with productivity, and Pervitin was productivity in pill form. It was German efficiency condensed into chemistry, precise, fast-acting, and utterly logical. Why waste time sleeping when a tablet could keep you marching forward? The side effects, irritability, palpitations, the occasional hallucination, were quietly ignored. Progress has never been particularly good at reading warning labels. When Hitler came to power, he inherited this culture of chemical enthusiasm. The new regime adored anything that promised discipline, energy, and control over the body. The Nazis preached purity, but worshipped performance. Hitler himself avoided alcohol and cigarettes, but he had no objection to a scientifically engineered miracle of endurance. Fatigue, after all, was weakness, and weakness was un-German. In his vision of a perfect nation, there was no room for rest. The partnership between state and science deepened rapidly. The chemical conglomerate IG Farben, already a titan of industry, became the beating heart of Nazi economic strategy. It produced everything from fuel to fertilizer, rubber to nerve gas, and of course, pharmaceuticals. Laboratories that once made aspirin now produced military stimulants. The line between pharmacy and factory blurred completely. Chemistry became politics by other means. It was during the rearmament years that Temmler's little white tablet found a new calling. Military doctors, intrigued by reports of its effects, began to test Pervitin on soldiers. The results were impressive. Soldiers marched longer, shot straighter, and didn't seem to mind the cold or the dark. One doctor wrote that the drug created a state of joyful alertness. Another called it the ideal combat aid. Within months, Pervitin went from pharmacy shelves to field rations. During the invasion of Poland in 1939, and later in France, German soldiers swallowed millions of tablets. The official army term was stimulant for sustained performance, which sounds suitably bureaucratic for what was essentially state-sponsored drug use. Commanders praised the results. Troops stayed awake for 3 days straight, covering vast distances in record time. Tanks advanced through the night. Pilots flew mission after mission with unblinking focus. The Blitzkrieg, lightning war, wasn't just a tactic. It was chemistry in motion. But behind the victories lay a growing cost. When the pills wore off, the soldiers crashed spectacularly. Some collapsed mid-march, shaking and incoherent. Others became paranoid or violent. Still, the orders kept coming. Fatigue was weakness, and the German army had no patience for weakness. By 1940, over 35 million Pervitin tablets had been distributed across the front. Entire division marched on methamphetamine, their triumphs measured in sleepless days. The drug didn't just fuel the army, it became its rhythm. Back home, civilians continued their own quiet addictions. Nurses took Pervitin to endure hospital shifts, clerks to survive deadlines, mothers to juggle impossible chores. Even the chocolate industry got involved, producing Pervitin pralines, little sweets laced with methamphetamine, sold under the slogan "for the busy and tired." It was the perfect snack for a society that refused to slow down. Germany had become a nation of insomniacs, proud of it. The hypocrisy was extraordinary. Nazi propaganda praised the virtues of purity, moderation, and natural strength, all while the country was chemically propped up. But it fit the regime's logic. Control, not comfort, was the goal. Drugs didn't undermine that control, they enforced it. A stimulant that kept workers awake and soldiers obedient was not a vice. It was a civic duty. The Führer's dream of a tireless, disciplined nation had come true, thanks to chemistry. Meanwhile, the scientists themselves basked in the glow of national importance. Their laboratories, once modest operations, now ran day and night under military contracts. They were celebrated as heroes of modern Germany, men who could turn formulas into victory. Few seemed to wonder where all this was heading. The same researchers who perfected Pervitin were soon experimenting with other compounds. Stronger stimulants, experimental tranquilizers, and more sinister applications. In a totalitarian state, science rarely stays neutral for long. By the dawn of the 1940s, Germany had achieved something remarkable. It had replaced rest with chemistry. The nation's energy was artificial but convincing, its confidence pharmacological. Soldiers fought without sleep, workers toiled without pause, and the entire society moved to the tempo of a pill. To outside observers, it looked like efficiency. To historians, it looks like mania. The myth of German discipline was, in part, a hallucination, a meth-fueled mirage that couldn't last. In a sense, Pervitin was the perfect metaphor for Nazi Germany itself. Bold, fast, aggressive, and ultimately self-destructive. The drug suppressed doubt, dulled compassion, and replaced reflection with motion. For a regime built on speed and domination, it was ideal. But like all stimulants, the high came with a crash. The same chemistry that powered early victories would later feed paranoia, exhaustion, and collapse. The empire of energy was built on borrowed time. Still, in those early years, few could see the danger. In the glow of apparent success, the pills kept coming, the factories kept humming, and the scientists kept promising that the future could be engineered molecule by molecule. Germany had discovered how to stay awake indefinitely. What it hadn't learned was how to rest. In the end, that may be the truest lesson of this chemical age. that a nation can run on speed for only so long before it forgets what it's running from. For Germany, the answer would arrive soon enough. When the empire built on sleepless ambition finally collapsed into the exhaustion it had spent so long trying to escape. When Adolf Hitler came to power in 1933, he didn't just inherit a broken country, he inherited a tired one. 15 years of humiliation, inflation, and instability had left the German spirit exhausted. What he offered was not simply politics, but adrenaline, the promise of energy, unity, and purpose. He told people they were not weak, merely misunderstood. And in a nation addicted to stimulants and slogans, that sounded like medicine. Hitler himself was a curious study in contradictions. Publicly, he presented the image of perfect control, a man of will, discipline, and moral clarity. He neither smoked nor drank, and his vegetarianism was advertised as proof of spiritual purity. His followers described him as a model of self-restraint, the living embodiment of the Nazi ideal. Yet the man who preached purity would soon become the most medically dependent leader in modern history, a walking laboratory of injections, tonics, and chemical illusions. When he first took power, though, Hitler's energy seemed almost supernatural. He worked late into the night, dictated speeches for hours, and remembered minute details from endless meetings. His inner circle called it the will of the Führer. In truth, it was obsession dressed as stamina. Even before the drugs entered the picture, he was powered by something dangerously close to mania, the kind of restless determination that mistakes exhaustion for virtue. He believed sleep was weakness, that history rewarded only the tireless. His Germany would reflect that belief all too literally. The early years of Nazi rule were an exercise in controlled frenzy. The economy was reorganized, industry nationalized, and dissent systematically erased. Everything, from farming to filmmaking, became part of a single machine geared toward motion. The propaganda ministry called it the National Awakening, which was an apt phrase. The entire country was being kept awake, not only by speeches and parades, but increasingly by chemistry. The same laboratories that produced everyday pharmaceuticals now supplied the state with what it called performance aids. The phrase was intentionally vague. It sounded respectable. It meant drugs. Meanwhile, Hitler's personal life was taken over by his doctor, Theodor Morell, a man described by one aide as half genius, half fraud, and entirely unappetizing. Morell was round, perspiring, and unfashionably fond of garlic pills, but he possessed what every dictator craves: absolute access. He became Hitler's constant companion, administering vitamins, hormones, and eventually narcotics. The Führer's day began and ended with injections, first for energy, later for pain, and eventually for everything in between. He would tell his subordinates that he didn't believe in illness. His veins, meanwhile, told a different story. At first, the relationship seemed harmless. Morell's concoctions, labelled with names like Vitamultin and Hormeton, were advertised as natural supplements. But they contained ingredients far from natural: amphetamines, barbiturates, and traces of cocaine. Morell's records read like a chemist's diary of obsession. Liver extracts, testosterone, glucose, methamphetamine, eucadol, a strong morphine derivative. He mixed and injected with cheerful confidence, always assuring Hitler that the results were marvellous. And to be fair, at first they were. The The Führer's energy returned, his moods brightened, and his sense of invincibility soared. Morel called it therapy. History would call it dependency. Hitler's obsession with control extended to his body. He saw himself as the vessel of the German will, and therefore it had to function perfectly. When fatigue crept in, he demanded chemical solutions. When stomach cramps plagued him, Morel injected new formulas. When his eyesight dimmed, there were special drops. His physician once remarked that the Führer's body was treated like a machine with replaceable parts. The irony, of course, is that machines eventually wear out, especially when they run without pause. As the 1930s progressed, the regime's obsession with vitality became national doctrine. Posters showed muscular, glowing citizens under slogans like "Health is Duty" and "Germany lives in you." The Hitler Youth were drilled not just in loyalty, but in exercise routines and hygiene practices. Illness was seen as a moral failure. The state organised mass physical exams, diet programs, and medical campaigns. Yet beneath this surface of health culture, the population quietly relied on stimulants to maintain the pace. The contradiction was striking. A nation preaching natural strength, powered by pills. Hitler's relationship with drugs mirrored his relationship with power. Absolute, consuming, and self-destructive. The more he relied on them, the less he could function without them. His confidence swelled with each injection, and so did his paranoia. He became convinced that betrayal lurked in every corner, that generals plotted against him, that destiny itself could be bullied into obedience. The drugs didn't create his delusions, but they certainly made them louder. They blurred the line between inspiration and hallucination, until even he could no longer tell the difference. Meanwhile, the rest of Germany followed the example, knowingly or not. The national work culture became one long experiment in endurance. Factories ran day and night. Workers survived on stimulants and slogans. The rhetoric of unceasing effort took on a strangely literal tone. Fatigue was treated not as a symptom, but as sabotage. Sleep was an indulgence. The army, the government, and the populace all mirrored their leader. Driven, restless, increasingly detached from reality. As war approached, Hitler's belief in his own destiny grew almost mystical. He told visitors he was guided by providence, that his instincts were infallible. In truth, those instincts were being chemically curated by a man with a syringe. When plans succeeded, he credited fate. When they failed, he blamed everyone else. Morel kept the syringes coming, and Hitler kept making decisions that would doom millions. It was a partnership built on delusion. The doctor convinced he was saving his patient, and the patient convinced he was saving the world. By the outbreak of the Second World War, Hitler was no longer the disciplined ascetic of early Nazi propaganda. His hands trembled slightly, his mood swung violently, and he lived in a fog of injections and stimulants. Yet the myth of the tireless leader persisted. Films and newsreels showed him striding purposefully through corridors, inspecting troops, shaking hands. No one saw the small glass vials lined neatly in his office, or the doctor hovering discreetly behind the camera's edge. The public saw vitality. The reality was dependence. It's tempting to view this as poetic justice, the dictator undone by his own chemistry. But it's darker than that. Hitler's personal addiction mirrored the moral addiction of his nation. The craving for strength, the denial of weakness, the refusal to rest. The same illusion that drove him drove Germany. That endless motion could replace reflection, that willpower could conquer reality. In both cases, the crash was inevitable. By the early 1940s, Hitler's body was deteriorating, though few dared say so aloud. His once steady voice quivered, his step faltered. Morel increased the doses, adding new compounds, desperate to maintain the illusion of vitality. The Führer's skin turned pale and clammy. His stomach rebelled, his nerves frayed, but he refused to stop. "The German people must never see me weak," he told Morel. And so the injection continued. The man who promised to make Germany great again had become a prisoner of his own laboratory. Power had consumed him as thoroughly as the drugs coursing through his veins. The myth of the tireless leader was sustained by syringes, and every drop brought him closer to collapse. Yet to the end, he believed himself unstoppable. That was the cruel genius of his addiction. It looked like strength until it killed him. And so the Reich marched forward, led by a man running on fumes, commanding an empire running on pills. The illusion of control remained intact, for now. But like every stimulant high, it would end the same way, with a crash so vast it would shake the world awake. In the early days of the Second World War, the German army developed a peculiar advantage, one that didn't appear on any map or strategy paper. It wasn't superior tanks, or brilliant tactics, or even morale. It was a small white pill distributed in tins and ration kits, stamped with the tidy word Pervitin. The soldiers called them pilot's chocolate, alertness tablets, or simply the good stuff. Their officers called them efficient. Historians looking back might call them what they were, methamphetamine. The German military didn't stumble upon this by accident. By 1939, the Wehrmacht had been quietly studying the drug for over a year. Reports from early trials were ecstatic. Soldiers on Pervitin could march for days without rest, eat less, and still maintain focus. They were cheerful, fearless, and perhaps most importantly, obedient. It was a chemical dream come true for a regime built on discipline and denial. Fatigue was no longer a problem. Chemistry had solved it. When the war began with the invasion of Poland, the results seemed miraculous. The Blitzkrieg, literally lightning war, shocked the world. German forces advanced with astonishing speed, cutting through enemy lines like a blade through wet paper. They moved day and night, tanks rolling endlessly, infantry keeping pace as if powered by something more than will, which of course they were. In one 1940 report, an army doctor noted that Pervitin allowed soldiers to march 36 hours without fatigue and with high morale. That's the official version of events. The unofficial one is less tidy. Men began hallucinating, trembling, and collapsing from exhaustion once the effects wore off. A few simply dropped dead from heart failure. But those details were inconvenient. Success has a way of muting caution. Germany was winning, and the pills were declared indispensable. To understand how widespread it became, imagine a modern army where caffeine is replaced with crystal meth. Between 1939 and 1940, over 35 million tablets of Pervitin were issued to troops. Tank crews kept boxes of it in their kits. Luftwaffe pilots carried it in their pockets. Even dispatch riders and telegraph operators used it to stay alert during the endless nights of war. One officer famously wrote home, We have been marching for 3 days, and we are still fresh. The pills are wonderful. He didn't mention that by the 4th day, some of his men were hallucinating enemy tanks in the trees. It wasn't just the front lines. The home front hummed with its own chemical rhythm. Workers in munitions factories took Pervitin to endure 14-hour shifts. Nurses used it to survive relentless hospital nights. Students, clerks and mothers, everyone seemed to find a reason to take the little white tablets. In a country obsessed with order and endurance, Pervitin became a quiet necessity. It was sold freely in pharmacies, advertised with cheerful slogans about vitality and modern living. Stay alert! Stay strong! The posters might as well have said, stay awake until the empire collapses. The Nazi command structure adored the stuff. General Heinz Guderian, architect of the Blitzkrieg, demanded that his troops be always on the move, always alert. Pervitin made that possible. He once remarked that his soldiers could sleep after victory. It's difficult to know whether he was joking. Many never got the chance. Doctors and psychologists within the military began to worry. Reports surfaced of troops becoming irritable, erratic, or outright delusional after days of sleepless fighting. Some soldiers fired at shadows, others fell asleep standing up once the drug wore off. Still, High Command insisted the benefits outweighed the risks. In the logic of total war, alertness was worth more than sanity. Besides, who wanted to be the one to tell the Führer that his unstoppable army needed a nap? Pervitin became a symbol of German efficiency, as much a part of the war machine as steel and petrol. It was cheap, easy to produce, and perfectly aligned with Nazi ideology. Control the body, control the will, control the outcome. In propaganda films, soldiers were shown storming through mud and smoke, eyes blazing, teeth gritted, images of unstoppable human machinery. What audiences didn't know was that much of that energy came from a laboratory in Berlin, not from the human spirit. Even the Luftwaffe, the pride of the Reich, ran on stimulants. Pilots flying bombing missions over Britain in 1940 were given Pervitin before takeoff. They could remain awake for 50 hours or more, their minds sharp, their reflexes quick. Until, of course, they weren't. Pilots crashed from exhaustion as often as from enemy fire. When doctors warned of the danger, they were told to adjust the dosage, not the policy. Germany's air superiority depended quite literally on sleeplessness. On the ground, the stories were surreal. Infantrymen marching across France described a sense of floating, as if they were observing their own bodies from outside. One private later recalled feeling as if God himself was walking beside me. It sounds poetic until you realise he hadn't eaten or slept for 3 days. Another soldier wrote home that Pervitin made him fearless. I can hear bullets, but they sound far away, he said. It was bravery of a sort, chemically assisted and tragically temporary. The irony was rich. The same regime that preached racial purity and moral discipline was quietly addicted to synthetic narcotics. Hitler railed against alcohol and tobacco, yet his soldiers fought on methamphetamine. Nazi propaganda films celebrated the wholesome vigour of German youth, while the chemical factories of Temla churned out millions of doses of dependence. Germany's triumphs were, quite literally, drug-fueled hallucinations of strength. Not that the Allies were completely sober, of course. British and American pilots would later take Benzedrine, an early amphetamine, to stay awake during missions. But no nation embraced pharmacology quite like Germany. It wasn't a supplement, it was strategy. Blitzkrieg wasn't merely about tactics, fast tanks, coordinated assaults. It was about speed itself. The idea that momentum could crush the enemy before thought caught up. Methamphetamine turned that philosophy into physiology. The army became a single sleepless organism, racing through Europe faster than anyone could comprehend. Temler Works, delighted by the demand, expanded production at an industrial pace. By 1941, the company was manufacturing methamphetamine on a scale never seen before. It was a triumph of German chemistry, though not the sort they'd boast about after the war. The firm's advertisement still claimed that Pervitin promoted cheerfulness and alertness, as though world conquest were just an ambitious workday. Of course, there were limits. By 1942, the side effects were too visible to ignore. Soldiers became addicted, unpredictable, sometimes violent. Doctors began reporting cases of psychosis, cardiac arrest, and total mental collapse. The Wehrmacht issued new regulations, limiting use to essential missions. In practice, that meant everyone kept using it, but pretended otherwise. You can't turn off a dependency once it's built into the system. For the soldiers themselves, the pills were both salvation and curse. They allowed them to endure the unendurable, cold, hunger, fear, but at the cost of something human. The stimulant stripped away fatigue, yes, but also empathy and restraint. Men who had been ordinary citizens months earlier found themselves capable of extraordinary cruelty. War already dehumanizes. Methamphetamine simply accelerated the process. By the time the tide began to turn against Germany, the chemical advantage had become a liability. Sleep-deprived soldiers made poor decisions. Their bodies, worn thin, began to fail. Some officers compared their units to burned-out engines, but by then the habit was too deeply ingrained. The army that had conquered Europe in a sleepless haze now found itself staggering, exhausted, and dependent. The crash, when it came, was monumental. Looking back, it's hard not to see Pervitin as the perfect emblem of Nazi Germany. Dazzling at first, destructive in the end. A chemical illusion of invincibility that mirrored the ideology it served. Confident, ruthless, and entirely unsustainable. Blitzkrieg, for all its terrifying brilliance, was never just a military strategy. It was a chemical one. And like every high, it couldn't last. The euphoria faded, the exhaustion returned, and the dream of endless conquest dissolved into withdrawal. The empire built on speed was about to slow, and no pill could keep it awake forever. By the time the war reached its height, Adolf Hitler had transformed from a fiery orator into a medical mystery, a man kept upright by a needle. Every morning, as his staff stood nervously at attention, his personal physician, Dr. Theodor Morell, arrived carrying a black leather case that clinked faintly with bottles and syringes. Inside that case was the Führer's secret fuel, a chemical cocktail more complicated than most battlefield strategies. Morell was an odd sight at court. Plump, perspiring, and perpetually reeking of antiseptic and garlic. He looked less like a doctor to a dictator, and more like a man who'd wandered in from the back of a pharmacy. Hitler's inner circle loathed him. Goebbels called him the Reich's most repulsive man. Goering, who knew a thing or two about addiction, sneered that Morell would one day poison us all. But Hitler adored him. To the Führer, Morell was a genius, the only man who truly understood his body. It was, in hindsight, the most dangerous compliment imaginable. When Hitler first summoned Morel in 1936, he was suffering from stomach cramps, headaches, and chronic fatigue, ailments that might have benefited from rest and vegetables. Instead, he received jabs of what Morel called vitamini, a concoction of vitamins, glucose, and liver extract. The results seemed miraculous. Within hours, Hitler felt rejuvenated, declaring Morel a miracle worker. The doctor was promptly installed at the heart of the regime, complete with office space, private quarters, and access no one else enjoyed. From that point on, the injections became ritual. Every morning, before meetings, speeches, or military briefings, Morel would mix a fresh syringe of energizing compounds. At first, it was mild, vitamin blends, caffeine, and glucose. But as the years passed and the pressures of war mounted, the recipes grew stronger. By 1941, Hitler was receiving daily doses of Eucadol, a powerful opiate derived from morphine. Added to that were methamphetamine, barbiturates, steroids, testosterone, and sometimes cocaine eye drops for good measure. It was less medicine and more alchemy. Hitler insisted he felt wonderful. He described his injections as natural and dismissed critics as jealous or weak. Yet to those around him, the change was unmistakable. His moods swung wildly. His eyes dilated unnaturally. His hands began to tremble, first slightly, then continuously. His appetite vanished, replaced by jittery bursts of energy. In one moment he would pace the room, speaking with manic conviction about destiny and providence. In the next, he would slump in silence, staring at nothing. Morel would appear, whispering reassurances, and another injection would follow. Within minutes, the Führer was revived. It was an extraordinary display of chemistry masquerading as willpower. The absurdity of it all would be funny if it weren't so catastrophic. The man who preached purity to an entire nation, who outlawed alcohol, banned smoking in public offices, and condemned degenerate habits, was himself a walking pharmacy. While the public was lectured on discipline and health, their leader was running on amphetamines and opiates. The hypocrisy was almost artistic. Morel documented everything. His medical notes, later discovered after the war, read like a diary of chemical dependency. Morning injection, strong effect, improved mood. Evening injection, Eucadol plus Pervitin. Patient talkative, excited. Midnight injection, condition agitated, administered sedative. There were hundreds of entries like it. Hitler's veins had become the front lines of his own private war. One fought between exhaustion and euphoria. Members of the High Command began to notice the difference. His briefings grew erratic. He interrupted generals, shouted over maps, and made decisions that defied logic. When advised to rest, he exploded in anger. "The Führer does not rest," he shouted once, slamming his fist so hard that it startled his staff into silence. In truth, he hadn't truly rested in years. Morel saw to that. There's an eerie intimacy to their relationship. Morel wasn't just a doctor. He was a gatekeeper. He controlled access to Hitler, and, increasingly, to Hitler's mind. Whenever the Führer fell into despair or physical collapse, Morel alone was allowed near him. He'd prepare an injection, murmur assurances, and within moments the great man was back on his feet, raving about victory and destiny. To everyone else, it seemed miraculous. In reality, it was chemistry at work. The regime's energy quite literally, came through a syringe. Some of Hitler's aides suspected the truth, but dared not speak it aloud. In 1943, one officer secretly arranged for one of Morell's syringes to be analysed by another physician. The report came back alarming. Traces of methamphetamine, cocaine derivatives, and opiates. When the officer hesitated to confront the Führer, his colleague muttered, "Would you tell God he has a drug problem?" The matter was quietly dropped. Meanwhile, Morell's influence grew. He prescribed treatment not only for Hitler, but for senior officers and their families. His injections became a sort of political currency. To be seen receiving the Führer's doctor's formula was a mark of favour. Some even believed the shots carried spiritual strength, as if Morell's syringes dispensed fragments of divine will. It would be comical if it weren't so chilling. By 1944, the effects were impossible to ignore. Hitler's health was deteriorating rapidly. His skin turned greyish, his gait stiff and shuffling, his digestion erratic. He suffered tremors in his left hand that he tried to conceal by clasping it behind his back. Morell responded the only way he knew how, with more injections. The doses increased, the frequency doubled. Each new drug was meant to offset the side effects of the last. It was a grim sort of equilibrium, like a man balancing on the edge of collapse by adding more weight. Still, Hitler's faith in Morell never wavered. "He keeps me fit," he told visiting officials, though by then fit was a generous description. During one briefing in late 1944, a general noted that Hitler's pupils were so dilated they seemed almost black. "He looked at me," the general later recalled, "and I felt as though he was staring through me, not at me." The Führer's famous charisma had become a kind of chemical glare. Outside the bunker walls, the war was collapsing. The once unstoppable army was retreating. The Luftwaffe was grounded. Cities lay in ruins. But inside, Hitler spoke with the same feverish certainty as ever. The injections sustained the illusion that victory was still possible. Each morning, Morell prepared his syringe, Hitler rolled up his sleeve, and the theatre of confidence resumed. Reality no longer entered in conversation. To his subordinates, the Führer seemed increasingly detached from the physical world. He issued impossible orders, dismissed bad news as sabotage, and spoke of miracle weapons and final triumphs. His speeches, once commanding, became rambling and repetitive. Between injections, he would slump in exhaustion, sweating and pale, only to revive again in manic bursts. It was the rise and fall of a man who believed himself invincible, measured now in milliliters of morphine. When Allied forces closed in on Berlin in 1945, Hitler's body was failing faster than his empire. His digestive system had all but shut down. His hands shook uncontrollably. Morell tried new mixtures, desperate to keep him functional. But the magic was gone. Even Hitler, who had once sworn by his doctor's brilliance, began to lose faith. In one of their final encounters, he snapped at Morell, accusing him of incompetence. "You've made me a cripple," he shouted. For once, he wasn't entirely wrong. Soon after, Morell was dismissed and fled Berlin, leaving behind the medical files that would later expose the extent of his work. Hitler spent his final weeks in the bunker, trembling, paranoid, and without his chemical crutch. The withdrawal was brutal. He was no longer the tireless visionary of Nazi propaganda, but a frail, grey figure. The perfect symbol of a regime addicted to its own illusions. In the end, the man who once promised to build a new world could not even sustain his own body. His empire collapsed as he did, jittering, trembling, and hollowed out. The myth of strength had always been synthetic, and when the injection stopped, both man and myth dissolved together. By the middle of the war, Germany's armies weren't so much marching across Europe as vibrating through it. The soldiers had become living extensions of the country's obsession with endurance, mechanical, restless, and utterly dependent on the chemistry that kept them from collapsing. Sleep, that ancient human need, had become a kind of enemy. Rest was for civilians, or worse, for the defeated. The German soldier was expected to be tireless, and thanks to a small white tablet, he almost was. At first, it all seemed so efficient. Pervitin, methamphetamine by another, friendlier name, had worked wonders during the early Blitzkrieg campaigns. Tanks advanced through the night, pilots flew for days, and troops covered impossible distances without rest. They felt invincible, as though the human body had finally caught up with the machine age. Commanders praised their iron discipline, though much of it was chemical rather than moral. The soldiers themselves had little reason to complain. In their pockets, the tablets offered confidence in pill form. No fear, no fatigue, no hesitation. But like all miracles, it didn't last. After the initial euphoria came the crash, and it came hard. Once the effects wore off, men fell asleep where they stood, sometimes mid-step. Others became paranoid, jumpy, convinced that unseen enemies were whispering in the dark. The body, it turns out, has limits, and no ideology, not even one with swastikas on it, can override biology forever. Still, the orders were clear. The advance must continue. If men collapsed, others took their place, tablets at the ready. It was war waged at double speed, with double the casualties. Letters home from the front reveal a strange duality. Soldiers wrote that they felt fresh and strong, as though they could go on forever. And yet many described an emptiness behind the energy, a sense of moving without meaning. One wrote, "I no longer feel fear or pity, only movement." Another confessed that after 4 sleepless days, I saw faces in the trees, and they spoke to me. Yet even as these symptoms grew, the distribution of Pervitin continued. The army couldn't afford sentiment, only stamina. In 1940, German doctors issued over 35 million tablets to soldiers during the invasion of France alone. Some regiments were so dependent that officers requested emergency resupply when shipments ran low, as if the drug were ammunition. In one infamous episode, a commander halted his unit not because of enemy fire, but because his men had run out of pills and were falling asleep en masse. The soldiers called Pervitin Stücke chocolate, after the dive bombers that screamed through the skies, because it gave them that same dizzying rush before the inevitable drop. As the war spread east into the vastness of the Soviet Union, the chemical dependency deepened. The Eastern Front was a nightmare of mud, cold, and endless marching. Sleep was a luxury no one could afford. Soldiers swallowed Pervitin like breath mints to keep moving. They fought battles half dreaming, their nerves shredded, their tempers explosive. Some officers noticed an increase in reckless behaviour. Attacks launched without orders, gunfire at imaginary foes. The drug that made the army unstoppable was also making it unhinged. The Wehrmacht's medical corps began to take notice. Reports arrived describing soldiers with trembling hands, violent mood swings, or total collapse. Military doctors warned that the stimulant caused temporary psychosis and dangerous delusions. The warnings were duly filed, stamped, and ignored. In a system that prized victory above humanity, there was no room for moderation. When one general asked whether the pills were harmful, a staff officer shrugged and said, "So is war." The Luftwaffe too was flying on fumes and Pervitin. Pilots on long missions were issued tablets before takeoff to maintain performance. They would fly for 48 hours straight, eyes bloodshot, hands steady only by force of chemistry. Some became addicted without realizing it. When the war turned against Germany and the missions lengthened, the doses increased. In the last years of the conflict, it wasn't unusual for pilots to take a handful of tablets just to reach the cockpit. Those who survived the flight often didn't sleep for days afterward, haunted by the roaring silence of withdrawal. For the soldiers, there was no shame in taking the pills. It wasn't seen as indulgence. It was duty. They were told it would make them sharper, stronger, better men. It was medicine, not addiction. And that distinction mattered. To be a soldier in Hitler's army was to be efficient, obedient, and always awake. The pills made that possible. It was the perfect alignment of ideology and chemistry. Human beings turned into extensions of the war machine. Behind the front lines, the same story unfolded in miniature. Civilians on the home front relied on stimulants to keep production moving. Women working in munitions factories took Pervitin to endure endless shifts. Railway operators stayed up for days directing troop trains. Nurses in field hospitals kept themselves upright with the same drug they administered to wounded soldiers. Everyone, it seemed, was awake, and no one truly rested. The entire country had become a sleepless organism, humming with borrowed energy. There were moments when the illusion cracked. A medic near Stalingrad wrote in his diary that his patients, deprived of Pervitin after weeks of use, suffered what he called a collective collapse. They became sluggish, depressed, unable to eat or move. "It is as if their souls have left their bodies," he wrote. The pharmacy of victory had produced its first mass withdrawal. Still, the orders continued to demand endurance. The empire had built itself on speed, and now it could not stop. The culture of sleeplessness became self-reinforcing. Hitler himself was the model of it. A man who boasted that he slept only 4 hours a night, sustained by sheer will, and, of course, Dr. Morell's injections. His generals tried to imitate his schedule. They too began to rely on chemistry to match his manic energy. Meetings stretched into the early hours, plans were drawn, redrawn, and abandoned, all while the participants blinked through the haze of exhaustion. The Reich was running on stimulants and delusion in equal measure. By 1943, the Military Medical Office finally admitted there was a problem. New guidelines restricted the use of Pervitin to special circumstances. In theory, this meant emergencies only. In practice, every battle was an emergency. Production continued, though it was now kept quiet. No more cheerful advertisements or public praise. Officially, the drug didn't exist. Unofficially, it kept Germany on its feet for 2 more years. The psychological toll was enormous. Addiction stripped away what little empathy remained in the ranks. Soldiers grew numb to suffering, both theirs and others. Violence came more easily. Civilians in occupied territories spoke of German troops who seemed like machines, expressionless, tireless, detached. They weren't entirely wrong. Stimulants dull the part of the brain that hesitates. In a war already defined by cruelty, that was a catastrophic advantage. By 1944, the army was visibly unravelling. Troops were thinner, jumpier, prone to fits of rage or despair. Commanders complained that discipline was eroding, though few recognised that the cause was chemical as much as moral. The war effort itself began to resemble the effects of the drug that sustained it: intense, erratic, unsustainable. Germany's brief high was ending. When the final battles came, many soldiers no longer wanted the pills. They had grown tired of being awake. Captured diaries tell of men who stopped taking Pervitin and simply let exhaustion claim them. Better to sleep, one wrote, than to keep seeing the same nightmares with open eyes. It's a strangely fitting epitaph for a regime that mistook motion for strength and sleeplessness for greatness. The Wehrmacht's addiction wasn't just chemical, it was philosophical. It believed that willpower alone could overcome reality, that exhaustion was weakness, that rest was surrender. But biology, as it tends to, had the last word. When Germany finally collapsed in 1945, it did so like a body deprived of its drug, shaking, hollow, and utterly spent. The soldiers who returned home were ghosts of themselves, haunted not only by what they'd seen, but by what had been coursing through their veins. The empire of energy had burned itself out. And in the silence that followed, as Europe exhaled and tried to remember how to sleep again, the lesson lingered quietly. Even the most disciplined armies, the most efficient nations, and the most powerful men are still, at their core, made of flesh. And flesh, no matter how many pills you feed it, eventually demands to rest. While soldiers marched across Europe in a sleepless trance, the people back home were waging their own quiet war. One fought not with rifles or tanks, but with exhaustion. The home front of Nazi Germany was a theatre of endless work, propaganda, and rationing, where every citizen was told to contribute, to endure, and above all, to stay awake. It was not just a war of weapons, it was a war of stamina. And once again, chemistry stepped in to help. The government called it total war, a phrase that sounded heroic in speeches, but felt rather less inspiring in practice. Total war meant total effort. Every factory, every farm, every kitchen part of the struggle. Women who had once been homemakers were now mechanics, welders, and clerks. Children gathered scrap metal. Housewives queued for hours to buy potatoes. Everyone was expected to do more with less sleep, less food, less comfort. The official line was simple: Germany did not tire. The unofficial truth was that it did, constantly. But fatigue, like dissent, was forbidden. In a society built on the illusion of perfection, weariness was weakness. The state preferred its citizens alert, efficient, and smiling. Fortunately, it had a pill for that. Pervitin, the miracle stimulant that had once powered the Blitzkrieg, found a second life in the kitchens and offices of the Reich. Pharmacies continued to sell it under innocent names. Energy tablets, pep pills, Vitamoltin. Housewives took them before cleaning. Factory workers took them before night shifts. Students used them for exams. It was the drug of modern living, perfectly legal, perfectly German. Adverts were everywhere. One poster showed a bright-eyed secretary typing beneath the slogan, "Stay sharp, stay strong, with Pervitin." Another depicted a smiling mother effortlessly juggling housework and childcare, thanks to the new tonic of vitality. The imagery was wholesome, the chemistry was not. Few civilians realised they were taking methamphetamine. Even fewer cared. If it made the day bearable, it was worth it. In a country ruled by anxiety, alertness felt like hope. As the war dragged on, stimulants became part of daily life. In Berlin, queues at the pharmacy were as common as queues for bread. Workers in munitions factories were quietly issued tablets to meet production quotas. Nurses kept Pervitin in their pockets beside morphine and bandages. Even chocolate was spiked with methamphetamine. Hilf mir Schokolade, or Help Me Chocolate, sold as a cheerful pick-me-up for busy women. It was war candy for an overworked nation. The irony, as always, was exquisite. The regime that preached purity and natural strength was quietly feeding its citizens synthetic courage. Hitler's speeches extolled discipline, virtue, and the cleansing power of hard work. Meanwhile, the people listening were chemically encouraged to survive the experience. The Third Reich wasn't just a dictatorship of ideology, it was a dictatorship of energy. Every minute of labour, every forced smile, every overlong workday was powered by a little white pill. Life on the home front grew harsher as the war turned against Germany. Bombings by the Allies became routine, cities burned, and food became scarce. Yet the demand for productivity never eased. "Work until victory," the poster said, even as victory slipped further from view. In this atmosphere of exhaustion and fear, stimulants became emotional armour. They didn't just keep people awake, they numbed despair. A nurse in Hamburg later recalled, "It wasn't that Pervitin made you happy. It made you feel less unhappy. That was enough." Doctors noticed the pattern, but rarely intervened. Many were complicit. After all, the chemical industry was one of Germany's crown jewels, and companies like Temmler and IG Farben had strong political ties. Prescriptions were easy to obtain, and the public trusted science. If a white-coated man said a pill was safe, it must be. After years of propaganda about the wonders of German chemistry, who was going to argue? The result was a society humming at an unnatural frequency. The war demanded constant motion, and stimulants kept the machine running. Office clerks stayed up all night redrawing maps. Train conductors worked double shifts directing troop transports. Women in bombed-out cities cleaned rubble by day and sewed uniforms by night. "We were always busy," one survivor said. "It was easier than thinking." And perhaps that was the point. A sleepless population is too tired to rebel. Not everyone handled the pace. Reports began to surface of workers collapsing at their machines, of mothers fainting in queues, of soldiers on leave wandering the streets in delirium. Doctors called it circulatory exhaustion. Few used the word addiction. To admit dependency was to admit weakness, and weakness was unpatriotic. Instead, the propaganda machine found new ways to reframe fatigue. Posters urged citizens to work joyfully, as if enthusiasm could replace oxygen. Radio broadcasts praised the German woman's tireless spirit, conveniently ignoring the amphetamine that kept it alive. Cocaine, too, made its quiet return. Though banned in many countries, it remained available in medical circles as a local anaesthetic, an ingredient in certain nerve tonics. In Germany, it was used in small doses in some pharmaceutical products, particularly for pain and depression. Among the wealthy and well-connected, it became a discreet indulgence, a way to maintain composure in high society. Nazi officials who preached temperance at rallies sometimes snorted lines behind closed doors, excusing it as medicine. For a regime obsessed with control, cocaine offered a brief illusion of it. By 1943, the home front was a mirror of the front lines, jittery, exhausted, and dependent. Civilians and soldiers alike shared the same glazed determination. The war had turned into a chemical feedback loop. The more dire things became, the more stimulants were consumed. And the more stimulants were consumed, the longer the illusion of progress could be maintained. It was a slow-motion collapse disguised as efficiency. In cities like Berlin, pharmacies stayed open late, even during air raids. People queued in the flicker of searchlights, clutching their ration cards and hoping the shelves hadn't emptied. For many, Pervitin was as vital as bread. One woman later said, "It made me feel like I could survive anything. And when it wore off, I didn't want to survive at all." The pills created a rhythm of hope and despair that matched the rhythm of the war itself. By the last years of the conflict, addiction had become a silent epidemic. Soldiers returning from the front brought their habits home. Civilians who had relied on stimulants to endure the bombings found they couldn't stop. Doctors began treating nervous collapse cases in alarming numbers. The war had left not only ruins and graves, but an entire population chemically frayed. Yet even as Germany crumbled, the propaganda continued to preach vitality. "Germany does not fall," one radio broadcast insisted in 1945. Perhaps not, but it was certainly running out of pills. After the war, the pharmaceutical industry distanced itself from its wartime role. Temmler quietly rebranded, IG Farben dissolved and resurfaced under new names, and methamphetamine was recategorized as a controlled substance. But the cultural habit lingered. In post-war Germany, stimulant use among civilians remained high for years. A nation that had lived in chemical overdrive struggled to remember what normal felt like. The silence of peace must have seemed deafening. Looking back, the home front offers one of the war's more haunting ironies. While soldiers fought under the influence of Pervitin, their families endured under it. The same pill that kept tanks rolling also kept mothers smiling and workers standing. It was not just a military tool. It was social policy, hidden in plain sight. The drug did not make people evil or heroic. It simply made them capable of surviving longer than they should have had to. And, in that sense, Pervitin was the perfect drug for Nazi Germany. Efficient, deceptive, and unsustainable. It masked exhaustion with energy, despair with focus, collapse with movement. The regime's great lie, that strength could replace humanity, found its chemical equivalent in a white tablet that promised both and delivered neither. When the war finally ended, the factories fell silent, the posters came down, and the pharmacies ran out of stock. For the first time in years, Germany slept. It wasn't a peaceful sleep. It was the deep, dreamless kind that follows shock. The kind that comes when the stimulant wears off and there's nothing left to do but lie still and wait for the body to remember what rest feels like. By 1944, the man who once held Europe in a hypnotic grip had become a pale, trembling shadow of himself. Adolf Hitler, who had preached the gospel of vitality, willpower, and racial perfection, was now a prisoner of his own bloodstream. The drugs that had once made him feel superhuman were eating away at what little humanity he had left. His speeches had lost their fire, his eyes their focus. The miracle of energy had turned to ruin. The empire of endurance was collapsing from the inside out, one injection at a time. Dr. Theodore Morel was still there, hovering dutifully beside his patient, his leather medical case always within reach. The injections that had begun as harmless tonics were now an entire daily regimen of chemical dependency. Mornings started with amphetamines and vitamins. Afternoons brought barbiturates to calm the tremors. Evenings required opioids to dull the pain in Hitler's legs and stomach. It was a grotesque balancing act. One drug to wake him, another to steady him, a third to help him function just long enough to need the first again. The bunker smelled of medicine and damp concrete. Every day, secretaries brought files and dispatches, while Morel prepared syringes behind the curtains. Hitler's personal assistant later recalled that you could always tell when the Führer had just been treated. His face would flush, his voice rise, and he'd begin to talk too quickly. For a few hours he seemed restored, energized, almost convincing again. Then inevitably the crash would come. Exhaustion, rage, or paranoia, followed by another injection. The man who once mocked weakness could no longer live without it. The tremor in his left hand, once slight, now shook constantly. He tried to hide it during meetings by gripping his right wrist or clasping both hands behind his back. Film footage from the later war years shows the effort clearly. The stiff posture, the tight jaw, the frozen smile. His staff pretended not to notice. Morel, ever loyal, assured him that the nerves will settle. They never did. As the war turned against Germany, the chemistry only deepened. Defeat does terrible things to morale, and in Hitler's case, it also did terrible things. By 1944, the man who once held Europe in a hypnotic grip had become a pale, trembling shadow of himself. Adolf Hitler, who had preached the gospel of vitality, willpower, and racial perfection, was now a prisoner of his own bloodstream. The drugs that had once made him feel superhuman were eating away at what little humanity he had left. His speeches had lost their fire, his eyes their focus. The miracle of energy had turned to ruin. The empire of endurance was collapsing from the inside out, one injection at a time. Dr. Theodore Morel was still there, hovering dutifully beside his patient, his leather medical case always within reach. The injections that had begun as harmless tonics were now an entire daily regimen of chemical dependency. Mornings started with amphetamines and vitamins. Afternoons brought barbiturates to calm the tremors. Evenings required opioids to dull the pain in Hitler's legs and stomach. It was a grotesque balancing act. One drug to wake him, another to steady him, a third to help him function just long enough to need the first again. The bunker smelled of medicine and damp concrete. Every day, secretaries brought files and dispatches, while Morel prepared syringes behind the curtains. Hitler's personal assistant later recalled that you could always tell when the Führer had just been treated. His face would flush, his voice rise, and he'd begin to talk too quickly. For a few hours he seemed restored, energized, almost convincing again. Then inevitably the crash would come. Exhaustion, rage, or paranoia, followed by another injection. The man who once mocked weakness could no longer live without it. The tremor in his left hand, once slight, now shook constantly. He tried to hide it during meetings by gripping his right wrist or clasping both hands behind his back. Film footage from the later war years shows the effort clearly. The stiff posture, the tight jaw, the frozen smile. His staff pretended not to notice. Morel, ever loyal, assured him that the nerves will settle. They never did. As the war turned against Germany, the chemistry only deepened. Defeat does terrible things to morale, and in Hitler's case, it also did terrible things to dosage. Morel increased the stimulant injections to counter Hitler's growing fatigue, then prescribed sedatives to counter the stimulants. He added new mixtures with obscure ingredients, strychnine, atropine, cocaine eye drops. One concoction included bull semen extract, on the theory that it would Morel, increasingly anxious, kept expanding his pharmaceutical experiments. When one injection failed to revive Hitler's appetite, he tried another. When that failed, he combined them. Hitler began suffering severe intestinal spasms, vomiting fits, and sudden dizziness. Morel blamed the stress of leadership. Others blamed Morel. Goering called him a dangerous charlatan. Himmler dismissed him as a quack who feeds on the Führer's veins. Yet Hitler remained loyal. He alone gives me strength, he insisted. Strength, of course, was the one thing he no longer possessed. In those final months, the bunker became both his fortress and his cage. The walls shook nightly from Allied bombs. Outside, Berlin starved. Inside, Morel's injections continued like clockwork. Hitler spent hours poring over maps of divisions that no longer existed, shifting phantom troops across territory already lost. Each morning he demanded briefings that grew shorter, more hopeless. Each night he spoke of destiny, victory, and betrayal, as though words could replace armies. The drugs blurred time, keeping him half awake through a nightmare he had created. Eyewitnesses described a man physically shrinking. His clothes hung loose, his hair greyed, his complexion sallow. He looked, one aide said, as though all the colour had drained from him and settled in his eyes. Even his voice, once thunderous, had thinned into a rasp. Yet his temper remained volcanic. When generals suggested negotiation, he erupted with paranoid fury. "They want to rob me of my victory," he shouted, though there was no victory left to rob. The contradiction was complete. A dictator obsessed with strength, reduced to a frail addict, raging against his own decay. It would be poetic if it weren't so cruel. The same ideology that demanded the elimination of weakness had created a man wholly defined by it. The empire built on willpower was now sustained by morphine. The self-styled Superman could not stand without a syringe. In April 1945, with Soviet forces closing in, Hitler's health finally broke beyond repair. His tremors worsened into near paralysis. His digestion failed completely. He could no longer walk unaided. Morel, panicked, offered new mixtures, but they made matters worse. Hitler accused him of sabotage, then dismissed him. The doctor who had once been indispensable was led away by SS guards, his medical bag confiscated. His final note in the Führer's record read simply, "Patient refuses treatment." It was the understatement of the century. Without his chemical crutch, Hitler deteriorated rapidly. He slept for hours, then woke in confusion. He ranted incoherently about armies that no longer existed, about vengeance and destiny. The withdrawal was savage, shaking, sweating, muttering. Those around him spoke in whispers, waiting for the inevitable. The man who had built a world on motion now sat motionless, staring at nothing. In those final days, he dictated his political testament with the same manic energy that had once propelled him to power, though his hand trembled so violently he could barely hold the pen. Outside, artillery echoed through the city. Inside, the once mighty Führer was a ruin of flesh and chemicals. His fall was not dramatic, only pitiful, the natural end of an unnatural high. When he finally chose to end his life, it was not out of courage, but exhaustion. The last reserves of chemistry had failed him. There were no more injections left to delay reality. He died not as a Superman, but as a man long since hollowed out by his own illusions. In the days that followed, the bunker fell silent. Morell's medical files were discovered. Hundreds of pages detailing years of injections, doses, and strange concoctions. The Allies who examined them were astonished. One report concluded that Hitler had been a severe drug addict under near constant chemical influence. It was both diagnosis and epitaph. The collapse of Nazi Germany was mirrored perfectly in its leader's decline. Both had chased invincibility, both had denied weakness, and both had mistaken stimulation for strength. In the end, they crashed together. A nation and a man, chemically sustained, morally bankrupt, utterly spent. The world awoke to the ruins and asked how it could have happened. The answer, as ever, was simple and terrible. Nothing lasts forever, not even the high. When the war finally ended in 1945, Germany collapsed not with a bang, but with a sigh. Cities lay in ruins, factories smouldered, and the people, thin, hollow-eyed, and dazed, stumbled through the wreckage like sleepwalkers suddenly awakened. The Reich that had promised 1,000 years of triumph had lasted barely 12, and now the spell was broken. But what followed was not just political defeat or physical destruction. It was withdrawal. An entire nation coming down from a 6-year chemical high. The pharmacies that had once dispensed vitality were empty. The factories that produced Pervitin and other stimulants had been bombed or seized. For millions of soldiers and civilians alike, the end of the war meant the end of their supply. The drugs that had numbed hunger, fear, and exhaustion were gone, and what remained was the raw, unfiltered pain of reality. The hangover was national. All across the country, men returned from the front, addicted to the small white tablets that had kept them awake through hell. They had fought battles in a blur of sleepless adrenaline, and now found themselves unable to rest. Some shook uncontrollably, others fell into weeks-long depression. Their bodies, once fueled by chemistry, refused to function without it. Allied doctors treating prisoners of war were startled by the symptoms. Tremors, delusions, violent outbursts, hallucinations. They are like men waking from a dream, one British medic wrote, but they cannot remember which parts were real. In the ruins of Berlin, addiction was everywhere but never named. Civilians who had relied on stimulants to endure bombings or endless work shifts now turned to whatever substitutes they could find. Alcohol, morphine, or the occasional black market tablet smuggled from army stores. Pharmacies reopened under Allied supervision, but their shelves were bare. The great pharmaceutical empires, Temmler, Merck, Bayer, were dismantled or placed under investigation. The Allies, who had their own chemical secrets to protect, examined the German drug files with morbid fascination. They found meticulous records, dosage logs, performance studies, even field reports rating the effectiveness of Pervitin in combat. It was all disturbingly scientific, as though mass addiction had been an administrative success story. The soldiers who came home were not greeted as heroes. They were ghosts of a vanished regime, defeated, humiliated, and chemically frayed. Many suffered what we would now call post-traumatic stress, though in those days it was simply called nervous breakdown. In truth, it was often both trauma and withdrawal. Without their tablets, many turned to alcohol or stronger sedatives. Suicide rates among veterans spiked. One psychiatrist in Munich described his wards as filled with men who cannot sleep because the war will not let them. The civilians fared little better. Years of stimulants had left their mark. Women who had worked in munitions factories found themselves unable to slow down, even when there was nothing left to do. Housewives who had relied on Pervitin to clean, cook, and endure began experiencing sudden fatigue, mood swings, and anxiety. Doctors prescribed rest and broth, as though exhaustion could be cured by soup. Nobody wanted to talk about the pills. After all, they had been legal once, encouraged, even patriotic. Now they were an embarrassment, a chemical reminder of complicity. The government that replaced the Reich faced an impossible task: how to rebuild a society that no longer knew how to rest. The Allies imposed rationing, reconstruction, and denazification, but there was no program for recovery from addiction. The new German identity had to be built from rubble and withdrawal alike. The people learned slowly to sleep again, to live without the artificial hum of Pervitin running through their veins. But it was not an easy process. For many, the silence of peace felt unbearable. The adrenaline of crisis had been replaced by the dull ache of defeat. In the years that followed, the pharmaceutical industry quietly reinvented itself. Companies like Bayer and Merck re-emerged under new management and new ethics. Pervitin vanished from the shelves, replaced by gentler pick-me-ups and vitamin tonics. The scientists who had developed wartime stimulants moved on to peacetime projects: painkillers, antibiotics, antidepressants. Some were even recruited by the Allied powers, their expertise in chemistry deemed too valuable to waste. It was a neat bit of moral laundering. Yesterday's war criminals became tomorrow's innovators. For the ordinary German, there was little choice but to adapt. The nation's recovery demanded work, and work demanded energy. Factories rose from the ruins, and once again the rhythm of production returned. But the fear of dependency lingered. For the first time, stimulants were viewed with suspicion rather than pride. The word Pervitin became taboo, whispered as if it were an obscenity. Germany had learned that even progress can be poisoned. The irony, of course, is that the lesson did not stay confined to Germany. The same research that had produced Pervitin would soon inspire post-war stimulant use across the world. American and British militaries adopted amphetamines for pilots and soldiers during Korea and Vietnam. Pharmaceutical companies marketed new, safe versions to civilians under names like Dexedrine and Benzedrine. The science of endurance that Nazi Germany had perfected quietly became part of global modernity. Humanity, it seemed, was addicted to productivity long before it admitted it. Back in Germany, the psychological recovery was slower. The nation had to confront not only the crimes of the regime, but the ordinary compliance that had made them possible. The drug use became symbolic of something deeper, the way people had numbed themselves to conscience. To stay awake for Hitler's war was one thing. To stay asleep to its morality was another. Historians later called it chemical obedience. People did what they were told because the pills helped them not to care. It was the most banal kind of evil, bureaucratically measured, medically sustained. By the 1950s, the immediate addiction crisis had faded, but its shadow remained. Post-war doctors treated waves of anxiety, fatigue, and insomnia, calling it the exhaustion syndrome. No one mentioned that half the country had been dozing itself into alertness for years. The next generation grew up with parents who were jumpy, overworked, and prematurely aged, the children of the sleepless. When asked about the war, they would say only, "It was tiring." In time, the story of Germany's wartime addiction slipped quietly into the footnotes of history. The focus shifted to battles and politics, as though the chemistry of war were too embarrassing to mention. Yet it remains one of the most revealing truths about the Third Reich, that its myth of invincibility depended not on ideology alone, but on pharmacology. The soldiers, the workers, even the Führer himself, all were driven by chemistry. When the supply ran out, so did the illusion. In the decades that followed, Germany rebuilt itself into a model of discipline and restraint, perhaps in reaction to its past excess. The factories that once produced methamphetamine turned to medicine. The same laboratories that served tyranny now serving the welfare state. Progress, once a narcotic, became a penance. The nation that had once tried to conquer sleep learned to respect it again. There's something quietly poetic about that. The empire that tried to outrun fatigue was undone by it. The leader who preached strength became the weakest man in Europe. And the country that once lived on stimulants would spend the rest of the century rebuilding itself, one slow, careful breath at a time. When people spoke of the war in later years, they often used the language of dreams. A nightmare, a delirium, a fever that broke. Perhaps that's not a coincidence. Germany had been wide awake for too long, kept on its feet by chemistry and lies. In the end, it wasn't defeated so much as it finally fell asleep. And in that sleep, the noise faded. The marching boots, the shouting, the machinery, the injections, until all that was left was silence. A silence heavy enough to make even history take a long, deep breath. Long after the smoke of the Second World War cleared, its chemical ghosts lingered quietly in the bloodstream of history. The factories were rebuilt, the laboratories reopened, and the language of science was politely rewritten. But the legacy of Germany's pharmaceutical empire never truly vanished. The same nation that had once weaponized chemistry for conquest now found itself using it for healing. Yet beneath the surface, the question remained. How had modern medicine been turned into machinery for madness? And what did it say about the human desire to stay awake, to stay strong, at any cost? In the 1950s, Germany's pharmaceutical industry rose again like a phoenix, cleaner, more respectable, and determined to distance itself from the sins of the past. Bayer, Merck, and the remnants of IG Farben re-emerged under new management, their laboratories humming once more with innovation. The Allies, eager for economic recovery and Cold War allies, encouraged it. Chemists who had once developed stimulants for soldiers now refined antibiotics, painkillers, and antidepressants. The same precision that had fed war now produced penicillin and insulin. The moral shift was as neat as it was uncomfortable. The hands that had mixed methamphetamine now mixed medicine for children, But the shadow remained. The idea that human efficiency could be chemically perfected had escaped the ruins of the Reich and spread quietly through the modern world. Western militaries continued using amphetamines in later conflicts, Korea, Vietnam, even the Persian Gulf. Pilots called them go pills, echoing their German predecessors with unknowing irony. Civilian life followed suit. As economies rebuilt and the new century of speed began, stimulants found their way into office desks and factory floors. The names changed, the branding softened, but the promise was the same. Alertness without rest. Confidence without cost. Humanity had inherited Germany's chemical dream and mistaken it for progress. Historians later pointed out that Nazi Germany's addiction to Pervitin wasn't an isolated horror, but an early symptom of something larger. The 20th century's obsession with productivity. The regime had merely taken a common idea to its logical, monstrous extreme. That exhaustion is weakness, that efficiency is virtue, that the body must be made to obey the will. In that sense, the chemical empire never really fell. It simply changed uniforms. Today's energy drinks, smart drugs, and endless work weeks all hum with faint echoes of that same belief, that sleep is a flaw and rest a luxury. In post-war Germany, the reckoning was both moral and medical. Doctors who had prescribed methamphetamine during the war rarely faced punishment. Most resumed their practices, quietly revising their CVS. Medical schools rewrote textbooks, omitting awkward references to combat stimulants and performance tonics. For decades, few Germans spoke of their wartime addictions. It was easier to blame ideology than chemistry. But in the archives, the records remained. Boxes of dosage logs, laboratory notes, and field reports, all testifying to how methodically the nation had dosed itself into delirium. When these documents resurfaced in the late 20th century, they shocked a generation that had grown up believing the war was purely a moral catastrophe. It turned out to be a pharmaceutical one as well. Soldiers hadn't just fought for the Führer, they'd fought for the next pill. Hitler's will of iron had been maintained by a man with a syringe. Even the Blitzkrieg, that symbol of unstoppable force, had been built on amphetamine. The myth of superhuman discipline crumbled under the weight of prescription records. Germany's power, it seemed, had come from the laboratory shelf. And yet, for all its darkness, the story remains strangely human. The desire that drove it to overcome fatigue, to push beyond limits, to stay awake when the world is falling apart, is universal. It is the same impulse that drives students before exams, nurses on night shifts, and workers chasing deadlines. The difference is that in Nazi Germany, that impulse was industrialized. Exhaustion became treason. Rest was treated as surrender. The nation's great crime was not simply that it used drugs, but that it turned stimulation into ideology. The ruins of IG Farben still stand today in Frankfurt, a massive concrete complex that once produced both aspirin and Zyklon B. After the war, the building became the headquarters of the American occupation forces and later of a university. Students now walk its corridors, where chemists once mixed the formulas of conquest. It is perhaps the most fitting memorial possible, a monument to knowledge that reminds its visitors how easily intelligence can serve insanity. In the decades that followed, Germany became a world leader in pharmacology once again, but this time in pursuit of healing rather than control. Medicines for pain, infection, and mental illness flowed from the same tradition of chemical precision. It was redemption of a sort, though history's aftertaste lingered. Even today, German efficiency carries with it an unspoken awareness of where too much efficiency can lead. As the century progressed, researchers uncovered more details of Hitler's dependency. Newly opened archives revealed hundreds of amphetamine and opioid injections, lists of substances that read like a catalogue of contradiction. Methamphetamine for alertness, morphine for calm, cocaine for energy, barbiturates for sleep. His bloodstream was a metaphor for the regime, restless, anxious, destructive. And as his body decayed, so did the empire it sustained. Perhaps the most unsettling discovery was how ordinary it all seemed at the time. The scientists involved weren't villains in black cloaks. They were professionals, proud of their precision, convinced they were advancing medicine. They published papers, held conferences, received awards. The moral blindness wasn't born of cruelty alone, but of ambition. The quiet conviction that progress justified the means. That is, in the end, the legacy of the chemical empire. Not simply the drugs, but the delusion that science is neutral, that it can serve any master without consequence. When historians speak of the Third Reich, they often focus on ideology, technology, or terror. But beneath those towering themes lies a simpler truth. It was also an empire of chemistry. Its wars were fought not just with bullets and tanks, but with amphetamines, opiates, and hormones. Its leader was not merely insane, but intoxicated. Its people were not purely fanatical, but medicated. It was, in a sense, the first truly pharmacological society, one that tried to replace the soul with chemistry and mistook the high for destiny. After the war, the world promised it would never happen again. And, in the grand sense, it didn't. But the quieter lesson, about dependency, denial, and the seduction of speed, proved harder to learn. The modern world still chases stimulation, still measures worth by output, still treats rest as weakness. The formulas have changed, but the philosophy remains familiar. Perhaps that is why this story still unsettles. Because it isn't only about them, it's about us. In the end, Nazi Germany's chemical empire left behind no lasting monuments, only questions. Questions about the limits of endurance, the morality of science, and the fragility of human restraint. The laboratories are gone, the pills replaced, the slogans forgotten. But somewhere, in the soft hum of a late-night city, in the glow of screens and the buzz of caffeine, you can still hear the faint echo of that sleepless age, the whisper of a civilization that once believed it could outwork the human condition. And perhaps, as the world keeps spinning faster, that whisper is worth remembering. Because history, like chemistry, has a habit of repeating itself, especially when no one stops to rest. So now, as the lights dim and the noise fades, we leave the story where it began, in the quiet aftermath of exhaustion. The empire is gone, the laboratories are silent, and the pills have long since turned to dust. All that remains is the stillness it once tried to escape. And for tonight at least, perhaps that stillness is enough. You were told it would be hard, yes, but hard in the way a long hike is hard. A little discomfort, some bad food, a few cold nights. What no one told you was that it would break you, slowly, thoroughly, and with the dull persistence of seawater grinding down a stone. Because the Atlantic crossing isn't an adventure, it's an ordeal. And by the end of it, you'll be unrecognisable if you're even still alive. Your first mistake was stepping aboard the ship. From the outside, it looked majestic. Tall sails, a carved figurehead, the faint flutter of a flag promising new beginnings. But inside, it's a different story. Below deck, where you and most of the other poor souls are packed in, the air is thick with sweat, rot, and a tension you can feel in your teeth. The ceiling is too low to stand. The floor is sticky with old spills, and the wooden walls groan like they're already regretting the voyage. You're assigned a space that's roughly the size of a grave. You sleep there, wedged between strangers, your possessions tucked beneath your aching back. There's no pillow, no mattress, just straw that smells like mould and something worse. Above you, the ship creaks with every wave, the boards swelling and shrinking, always on the verge of splitting apart. Around you, people shift in their sleep, cough, cry, mumble prayers. The first night, someone vomits. The second night, someone dies. You don't sleep. Not really. The air below deck is so foul that even rats have started making excuses to visit the upper levels. And there are plenty of rats. Bold, confident ones. They don't scurry, they stroll. One of them stares at you while you eat your biscuit, a rock-hard slab of flour, salt and boredom. And you're not sure who's in charge anymore. Every day begins with a shouted command and a few hours of pointless waiting. You climb to the deck, when permitted, blinking against the light like a mole dragged out of its burrow. The sun is blinding, the wind is sharp, but at least it smells less like feet. You breathe deep, trying to remember what fresh air feels like. Then someone sneezes in your direction, and the moment is over. Meals are not meals. They are events of survival. Salted pork so tough it could be used as ship armour. Dried peas that roll off your spoon like they're trying to escape. Ship's biscuit that might crack your tooth before it cracks in your mouth. If you're lucky, you can dunk it in water or beer to soften it. If you're unlucky, there's a bug in the beer. You drink it anyway. Everyone does. Drinking water is another insult. Stored in wooden barrels, it quickly becomes greenish and sour. Some try to flavour it with vinegar or citrus if they brought any. Most didn't. A few brave souls drink from rainwater caught in buckets, praying that it's cleaner than what's in the cask. Spoiler, it's not. And then the storms come. The ship tosses like a toy, pitching and rolling so violently that your stomach decides it's safer to evacuate. You cling to ropes, to walls, to people, anything that isn't moving too much. You vomit. So does everyone else. The deck is a slick of rain, bile, and panic. Below, the sick groan and the healthy wish they were sick enough to lie down. A barrel breaks loose and smashes someone's leg. There's no doctor. There's only a man with a saw and a bottle of rum. Some get better. Some get worse. Fever spreads like gossip. One by one, people develop rashes, chills, coughing fits that never end. The surgeon, really just the cook with fewer fingers, recommends bleeding, mustard plasters, or thinking positive. He pulls teeth with pliers, lances abscesses with knives, and occasionally performs a prayer while doing it. Whether the prayer is for healing or forgiveness is unclear. The dead are buried at sea, wrapped in cloth, tied to a stone, slid over the edge. There's a ceremony, but it's short. Always short. No one wants to linger on death when they're still bargaining with life. You watch as a friend you barely knew disappears into the water with a soft splash, and the next morning someone else takes their spot. The straw doesn't even have time to forget. Days blend. The sea is endless. a constant expanse of grey-blue nothingness that shifts only slightly from morning to night. You lose count. You lose interest. Conversations grow shorter. Humour dies. Your skin turns pale, then burns. Your lips crack. Your joints ache. You've developed a limp. You're not sure how or when. It's just there now. Part of the new you. At night, the dreams are worse than the days. You dream of falling, of drowning, of arriving only to be turned back. You dream of food, but it's always just out of reach. You dream of your family, but they're strangers now. Your own reflection startles you. Gaunt cheeks, hollow eyes, a beard you don't remember growing. You're shrinking inward, vanishing. You don't know what time it is anymore. The sun rises and falls, but it might as well be some distant theatre production performed for other people. Time on board is measured in hunger and headaches, in coughs that linger too long, and in how many rats you've named before they mysteriously disappear. The ship becomes a kind of hellish town, complete with social politics. There's the snorer, the weeper, the woman who tells stories from her village every night until someone finally asks her to stop. And of course there's you, the one who just keeps staring at the wall. On calmer days, the captain makes you swab the deck. Why? Who knows? Possibly just to remind you that you're alive. You mop with a ragged cloth that used to be someone's shirt, pushing fish guts and old blood toward the edge of the ship, while a sailor shouts at you to put your back into it. You have. Your back is all you've got left. Your soul already jumped overboard. There's little to do but imagine what's waiting for you. You've heard stories. Some say there's gold in the rivers, others that the trees grow food. More grounded folk speak of open land and religious freedom. But none of that matters if you don't survive the next biscuit. Your jaw clicks when you chew. Your gums bleed. You've stopped noticing. Children on board don't cry anymore. They sit in corners with wide, distant eyes, occasionally licking the condensation off barrels. They're learning early. Hope is a thing best left on shore. And yet, somewhere between day 30 and day who even knows, your body adapts. Your stomach stops rejecting the motion. Your brain accepts the horror as normal. You stop fighting the smell. One evening, you're allowed on deck as the sun sets. It's beautiful. A riot of oranges and purples over the endless sea. For a moment, you remember why you came. Then someone nearby coughs up blood and the spell is broken. You go back below. The night before landfall, you hear a song. Someone singing an old folk tune, soft and cracked. Others join in. It's not joyful exactly. More like a ritual. A lullaby for the part of yourselves that's about to die so another part can begin. The part that will try to farm a swamp with one shovel and half a recipe for bread. And when you finally do reach shore, and the boat grinds onto the rocky beach, you feel nothing but exhaustion. The land is wet, cold, utterly silent. You kneel, not to pray, but because your knees give out. You're not the hero of this story. You're just the survivor of the prologue. You glance back at the ship. It's already turning, already leaving. No rescue. No returns. You're here now. And you wouldn't last a day. You've arrived. You're standing on the edge of the new world, boots squelching in unfamiliar mud, wind gnawing at your cheeks, and a quiet, creeping dread settling into your chest. It should feel like a triumph. Instead, it feels like a mistake that hasn't fully introduced itself yet. You've survived the voyage. Congratulations. Now the land gets its turn. Let's get one thing clear. Early America is not waiting for you with open arms. It's not offering a feast, a warm bed, or a sign that says, "Glad you made it." It's cold, damp, and strangely silent. There are trees everywhere, tall, dark, and close together, as if conspiring. You try to smile, to convince yourself this is the beginning of something noble, but the wind steals that smile before it forms. Welcome to a continent that neither asked for you nor particularly cares you exist. There's no settlement, not really. Maybe a few wooden huts hacked together by the advance party, roofs that leak more than they shelter. The ground is uneven and covered in brush. Everything smells of wet leaves, smoke, and something faintly rotten. You're told to help build. You don't know how to build. You pick up a log and follow instructions barked by someone whose only qualification seems to be louder than everyone else. The work is immediate. There's no orientation, no unpacking of bags, no polite easing into colonial life. You start chopping, stacking, hauling. You are, very suddenly, a labourer. And the land does not cooperate. The trees here are different, harder. The roots go deep. Your axe bounces off the trunk with a dull thud, and your hands blister after an hour. You pause to breathe, and someone yells that there's no time to rest. Winter's coming. Of course it is. You've never truly known cold. The cold here is wet, bone deep. It gets into your clothes, your shoes, your lungs. Your breath fogs in front of you and vanishes like every hope you had on the boat. There's no insulation in your new home, just planks. Gaps between them so wide you can see daylight even when you're indoors. You try to build a fire, but the wood is damp, the wind is relentless, and your fingers are stiff. The smoke doesn't rise. It curls around your head like a disappointed ghost. Nights are worse. You huddle in a corner of a half-finished shelter, your cloak wrapped around you, listening to the wind punch through the cracks. Someone coughs all night. Someone else mutters prayers in a language you don't know. You can't sleep. Your straw bed is wet. Your back aches. You keep one eye open for rats and the other on the ceiling in case it collapses. Morning comes with no ceremony. Just the same grim routine. Build, haul, dig, carry. You're sent to gather water. The nearest stream is a mile away, and the mud sucks at your boots with every step. The bucket's handle breaks. You patch it with twine. It leaks anyway. By the time you return, half of it's gone. No one thanks you. Someone complains it's too cold to drink. There's no food yet. Not really. You eat from stores brought on the ship. Salted meat that tastes like shoe leather, and crackers that crumble into sawdust. The communal pot simmers all day, mostly water and a turnip someone found growing wild. You take your ration in silence and try not to think about the second helping that won't come. Hunger becomes a constant background hum, like tinnitus for your stomach. The forest surrounds you, watching. It's too quiet. The birds here don't sing the way they did back home. You hear rustles, cracks, something moving in the underbrush. You don't ask what. You don't want to know. You're not afraid of the woods. You're afraid of what you don't understand about them. And there's a lot you don't understand. You try to farm. Or at least, someone says you should. The soil is rocky, the land uneven. Seeds vanish into the earth and never return. A few stunted sprouts emerge, then wilt in the wind. Someone suggests it's the wrong season. Someone else blames the devil. You just blame your hands, which haven't stopped bleeding since the second day. There are insects. So many insects. Big ones. Biting ones. Flying ones that seem to find your ears on purpose. Mosquitoes that come in swarms at dusk and leave welts the size of walnuts. You slap your neck so often you forget what your skin used to feel like. Then there are the ticks. Small, silent, and insidious. You pull one from your leg and stare at it for 10 minutes, wondering if you're about to die. You're told to be careful when wandering. Not just because of the terrain or the animals, but because of uncertainties. No one says what that means, just nods darkly and tightens their grip on a musket that looks like it's more likely to explode than fire straight. You sleep with a knife now. Not for defense, but because it gives you the illusion of control. Sanitation is theoretical. There are no toilets, just a designated patch of forest. You go with a stick and a prayer, hoping no one follows. It rains often. The mud never dries. Your boots are constantly wet. Your socks, if you still have socks, are stiff with filth. The smell becomes part of you. Every joint aches. You've stopped wiping your nose. Your nails are black. You've picked up a rash on your neck, and your lips bleed when you smile, which is rare. No one sings here. No one jokes. You work until you fall down, then get up and do it again. This land is not your enemy. It's worse. It's indifferent. It doesn't care how noble your mission was, how pious your intentions, or how optimistic your shipboard prayers. It simply exists, cold, wild, and full of things that do not need you. And slowly you realise you need it. And it does not care. The weather plays games with you. One day, it's so warm you sweat through your linen shift. The next, frost bites your toes while you sleep. There's no pattern, no warning, just extremes. Your roof leaks. Your firewood is damp. The smoke clings to everything. Your clothes, your skin, your lungs. You smell like a campfire that regrets its choices. Someone goes missing. No one talks about it. Maybe they wandered too far. Maybe they fell into a ravine. Maybe something found them. Their name is spoken less and less until it fades entirely, like the last echo of a bell you only imagined. Another person gives up, stops eating, sits by the stream and stares. They're still breathing, but you know they're gone. You're supposed to build a community, a colony, but everyone is too tired. You sleep in shifts. You eat in silence. The preacher offers a sermon and no one listens. You're too busy wondering if the flour has bugs in it, and too hungry to care if it does. Someone tries to steal from the storage crate. They're caught. There's no jail, so they're tied to a post in the rain. No one intervenes. You start to forget the sound of your own voice. You speak only when spoken to. The days blur together. Wake, work, suffer, sleep, repeat. Your muscles scream, but your mind stays quiet. That's how you survive. You stop thinking. You just do. At night, you dream of home. Not with longing, but confusion. The smells are wrong, the colours too bright, the bed's too soft. You wake up disoriented and angry. You remind yourself this is what you wanted. Freedom, opportunity, land. You got all three. You just weren't told what they cost. The cost is your comfort, your health, your illusions. You came here thinking the land needed taming. But the land doesn't care. The land has been here far longer than you. It watches, it waits, and it weathers you down. Not with sudden violence, but with slow, patient erosion. And this is just the first month. The real test comes with winter. Hunger is not a feeling here. It's a companion. A constant background presence that shadows you from dawn to dusk and sleeps beside you at night. It murmurs during prayer, grumbles through conversation, and screams during silence. In early America, food is not guaranteed. It is fought for, begged for, traded for, or simply imagined. Your first taste of New World cuisine comes with low expectations and an even lower caloric return. Breakfast doesn't exist as a formal concept. There's no morning meal laid out on a table. You eat when there is food, which is not often and not much. A bite of cornmeal mush, a crust of dry bread, maybe some boiled beans. You chew slowly not to savour it, but to fool your body into thinking it's getting more than it is. There is no menu, just whatever's left, whatever's survived the journey, or whatever hasn't yet rotted in the storehouse. Spoilage is inevitable. The ship's stores, salted pork, dried peas, flour, have been slowly decaying in the humid New World air. Mice chew through sacks. Weevils swarm. Barrels swell and crack. By the time you reach for something, it's already half gone and half mould. The staple of your diet is cornmeal. Not golden, fluffy cornbread, mind you. A gritty porridge made by boiling coarse ground maize in water, then adding a bit of salt, if there's any left. You eat it hot in the morning and cold in the evening, often with nothing else. It clings to the sides of your bowl like regret and goes down with the consistency of damp sand. You miss bread, real bread, the kind you knew back home. Here, bread is a rare, precious thing. Wheat does not grow easily in this climate. The soil is too rocky, the rainfall too wild, the tools too crude. If you manage to grow wheat, thresh it, grind it, and somehow keep it dry, then you might get to bake bread once. But that requires an oven, and ovens require bricks, and bricks require time, clay, and someone who knows how not to die halfway through construction. Most of what passes for bread is made from rye, barley, or corn, mixed with whatever can stretch the dough. Acorn meal, powdered roots, even sawdust. You knead it with cold hands, bake it in a pan over open flame, and hope it doesn't come out black on the outside and raw in the middle. The crust is tough, the inside is dense, and the flavour lands somewhere between bark and ash. Yet bread, bad as it is a luxury. Some days there's nothing. You dig up turnips the size of your fist. You boil nettles. You chew pine bark. Hunger pushes you toward the edge of reason. You start staring too long at the chickens, even though they're meant for eggs. You wonder what a squirrel might taste like. You hear stories of settlers eating leather when things got bad, shoes boiled into soup. You laugh nervously. Then you start checking your boots, and spoilage is constant. Flour goes mouldy, meat turns green, butter sours into a vinegary sludge. Even salt can fail you, growing damp and clumping into lumps that refuse to dissolve. You scrape the bad bits off. You hold your breath and eat it anyway. Cooking is improvisation. Pots are iron, heavy, and limited. You cook over open flames, dodging smoke and flying embers. There's no timer, no recipe, just instinct and whatever didn't burn yesterday. You stir your stew with the same spoon you carved last week, the one that already has a crack running through the middle. The broth bubbles, steams, smells like nothing. You add herbs, wild onions, maybe a pinch of ash that fell in. You call it seasoning. And yes, there are days when things go well. A deer is caught. A fish is pulled from the stream. Someone stumbles across wild berries. But the deer must be shared, the fish divided, the berries picked before the birds get them. The moment is sweet, short, and gone. The next day, you're back to chewing boiled roots and wondering how many more meals your teeth can survive. Food isn't just scarce, it's dangerous. Undercooked meat brings worms. Spoiled milk brings vomiting. That root you thought was edible? It wasn't. A simple misstep in foraging leads to a night of agony and a quiet burial. You learn by doing, and often by dying. You ration everything. Every biscuit is counted. Every pinch of salt is a moral decision. You find yourself arguing over who gets the crust, who needs it more, who worked harder that day. You feel ashamed. Then you feel hungry again. Shame doesn't fill your stomach. Bread does. If you're lucky. There are no meals. Only moments where food intersects your path. Lunch doesn't arrive with a bell. It arrives if someone manages to find a squirrel, or digs up a few more turnips, or remembers there's a bit of bacon rind tucked in a cloth at the back of the hut. You eat fast, not because it's good, but because someone might try to take it. You chew with suspicion. Was that grit? Mould? A bug? Doesn't matter. It's food. You think about home, about bread that rose in ovens and smelled like comfort, about butter that didn't smell like cheese, about meat that wasn't a gamble. But you don't talk about it. No one does. Talking about home invites longing. Longing weakens the group. Instead you talk about who found a wild onion, who spotted a deer track, who didn't get sick after eating that weird root last week. Children get thinner. Their eyes sink. They stop complaining and start staring. You give them your portion sometimes, then regret it when your legs go weak in the afternoon. But you'd do it again. Because there's something worse than starving. It's watching someone else do it, slowly. And then comes the barter. Trade becomes currency. You offer buttons, cloth, tools, anything that isn't food, in exchange for a bite of bread. Someone gives up a comb for half a biscuit. Someone else offers their only pair of dry socks for a hunk of dried meat. You'd be surprised what food is worth when it's the only thing standing between you and the grave. Famine doesn't come all at once. It seeps in. A day without meat, then 2. Then a week. Then the cornmeal runs low. The communal pot gets thinner. The portions shrink. The conversations stop. Everyone starts chewing slower. You go to bed earlier, not because you're tired, but because unconsciousness is the only escape from hunger that doesn't require payment. And with famine comes fear. People whisper about the last settlement, the one that vanished. No signs of a raid, just gone. Some say they starved. Some say they turned to things unspoken. You don't ask what that means. You don't want the answer. You start to hoard. Just a little. A crust tucked into your shirt. A few beans in a pouch. You tell yourself it's not stealing. It's insurance. You pray no one finds out. Or worse, that everyone already knows and is just pretending not to see. Cooking becomes sacred. The fire is tended like a shrine. The pot is stirred like a ritual. No one speaks while eating. You chew. You swallow. You try to feel full. You fail. But it's the trying that keeps you alive. And then, one evening, something small happens. A handful of wild greens. A rabbit. A slice of real bread, miraculously baked. You share it. It's gone in seconds. But for a moment, the silence is replaced with breathing. Hope doesn't return, but it glances at you from a distance. Later, you learn that some settlements didn't survive not because of disease, but because of miscalculated harvests. They planted the wrong crops, stored food poorly, ate seeds meant for the next season. Mistakes compound. A single bad harvest becomes a slow-motion catastrophe. Hunger breeds desperation. Desperation breaks order. And when that happens, it's not just your stomach that's empty. It's the law, the fellowship, the trust. You once believed food was simple. Eat when you're hungry. Now, it is everything. It is politics. It is trust. It is survival. You do not live from meal to meal. You live from bite to bite. This is not hardship. It is the new normal. And the worst part is, you get used to it. You thought the voyage was hard. You thought the land was cruel. You thought the hunger gnawed enough. But now comes the truth. All those trials were just the warm-up act. Because winter doesn't care how brave you are. It doesn't care how pious your intentions or how much wood you chopped in October. Winter is not your enemy. It's your judge. And it finds everyone wanting. It doesn't arrive all at once. First come the nights. A little colder. A little longer. You notice your breath when you speak. Your boots crunch in the morning. Frost appears on the rim of your water bucket. Then one morning, you wake and the ground is white, the wind is sharp, and every joint in your body aches before you even move. Winter has arrived, and it does not knock. Your cabin, if you can call it that, is no match. It's a box of planks nailed together in a hurry. There's a roof, more or less. There are walls, kind of. But there's no insulation. No glass windows. No chimney. Just a hearth made from stacked stones and gaps between the boards wide enough for a squirrel to poke its head through and ask how you're coping. The cold creeps in and never leaves. You sit close to the fire, but it only warms one side of you. The other side remains frozen. Your clothes are damp, your socks are stiff, and your blankets, if you're lucky enough to have any, smell like mildew and old smoke. Your fingers go numb when you sleep. Your toes stop hurting altogether. You pretend that's a good sign. It isn't. Wood becomes your obsession. You need it to survive. You burn through your stockpile in weeks, not months. You start rationing. You start stealing. You strip the furniture, the fences, the handles from broken tools. Anything that burns is fair game. You venture into the woods to chop more, but the snow is deep. Your muscles are weak, and every swing of the axe feels like an insult to your spine. There's never enough. The fire dies too quickly. You wake in the night with frost on your blanket and ice in the bucket. The wind whistles through the walls like it's looking for something to punish. You pile more rags on your bed. You sleep in your clothes. Still you shiver. Food spoils slower now. That's the only benefit. The rats stay hidden. The mould recedes. But you still don't have enough. You boil the same bones again and again, hoping flavour will return. You scrape grease from the pan and spread it on bread like it's butter. You suck on twigs, chew bark, and swear you remember the taste of carrots once. People get quiet. The cold silences everything. Laughter disappears. Songs go unsung. The preacher still mutters sermons, but even he wraps himself in 3 cloaks and ends quickly. Conversation becomes practical. More wood. That one's coughing. Stir the pot. No one wastes words. They're too heavy. And a sickness, of course, returns. Colds turn to fevers. Frostbitten toes turn black. A child dies in the night, and no one notices until morning. You dig a grave, but the ground is frozen. You chisel, you pick, you curse. Eventually, you settle for a shallow pit covered with stones. You say a prayer if you have the breath. Sleep becomes an act of faith. You lie down not knowing if you'll wake up. You curl into yourself, a ragged cocoon of desperation. You dream of warmth, of sun, of anything not white or grey or bitter. You wake sore and tired. The world is still frozen. The fire has died again. Your skin cracks. Not metaphorically, literally. Your lips split, your hands bleed, and your nose drips a steady trail of misery. You rub grease or lard on your fingers, but it doesn't help much. Your joints feel older than you are. You're 24, but you walk like a grandfather and grunt like one too. And with the cold comes something worse. Time. Endless, frozen time. You can't plant. You can't build. You can't travel. You can barely move. You sit by the fire and stare at the walls, waiting for something to change. It doesn't. The days are short, the nights are endless, and the only thing moving is your breath in the air. The animals are smarter. They've disappeared. The birds flew south. The deer retreated into the deep woods. The bears are asleep. Only the crows remain, perching in the trees like little prophets, waiting for something to die. You watch them and wonder if they know your name. Water is both too much and not enough. Snow is everywhere, but it's frozen and useless until you melt it, and melting it costs precious fuel. You eat soup more often because it's hot and fills the belly, even when it's just turnip water with a single bean floating in it. You drink it slowly, savouring the illusion of nourishment. Cabin fever is real. People grow irritable, then silent. Arguments break out over nothing. Who touched the woodpile? Who took the last ladle of broth? Who's breathing too loud? You withdraw into yourself, clutching your blanket and pretending not to hear. A man leaves one morning, angry, coatless. No one sees him again. Someone finds his hat in the snow weeks later, frozen solid. The children stop playing. They sit quietly, bundled in layers, staring at the fire. You try to entertain them, tell stories, sing songs, but your voice is hoarse, and your hands tremble. A child asks if spring is real, or just something people made up. You don't answer. Frost forms on the inside of the walls. Your breath clouds in front of your face. The fire is barely holding. Someone has a cough that won't stop. They're moved to the far side of the hut. You try not to listen. Try not to think about what it means. You wrap your scarf tighter and keep the axe close. Not for wood. For what happens if someone starts thinking about desperate things? Some mornings you wake and your hair is frozen to the wall. You pull away slowly, wincing, and blink at the thin light coming through the cracks. It's another day. You made it. That's all you can say. You made it. This is winter in early America. It does not care how well you planned. It does not reward the diligent or punish the lazy. It comes like a judgment and stays like a curse. And if you survive, if you crawl out of the season with all your fingers and most of your soul intact, congratulations. You've passed the test until next year. Spring becomes a rumour, a myth people whisper about when they think the walls aren't listening. You remember warm rain, green shoots, the sound of bees, but it feels more like a dream than a memory. The snow keeps falling. Your shoulders stay hunched. You haven't felt sunlight in weeks. You mark the days with scratches on the beam. They start to blur. Was that Sunday or Monday? Does it matter? The calendar is a luxury now. Time is measured by how low the woodpile is. How many spoons of flour remain? How many coughs before someone goes silent? And when the thaw finally comes, slow, wet, miserable. It's not a celebration. The snow melts into mud. The ground gives way beneath your boots. The roof starts leaking again, but the air smells different. There's movement in the trees. You hear birds. You weep. And it surprises you. Spring didn't save you. You saved yourself. Barely. Winter tried to erase you. You clung to the edge of life with frostbitten fingers and splintered tools and faith that cracked more than once. And now you get to do it all over again. You wonder how the people around you still go on. The woman who lost her child but still stokes the fire. The old man with one eye who hums quietly as he whittles kindling. There's no heroism here, just endurance. A slow, stubborn refusal to die. And in that there is something close to hope. Not bright or loud, but solid. Like the last coal in the hearth, glowing faintly, daring the cold to snuff it out. In early America, work is not something you do. It is something you survive. There are no weekends, no holidays unless they're religious, and still somehow exhausting. No coffee breaks, no casual Friday. There is only one rule: you work or you die. You wake before the sun, because sleeping past dawn is a luxury reserved for the dead. Your hands are already sore from yesterday. Your back aches. Your knees feel like they've been borrowed from a man twice your age and returned broken. You stretch only because staying curled hurts more. Someone nearby is already moving. You hear water sloshing in a bucket. Fire being coaxed from dying embers. A cough that sounds more ominous than it did last week. Breakfast, if it happens at all, is fast and functional. Maybe a chunk of stale bread, a bit of cold porridge, a sip of weak beer, because the water is likely carrying new and exciting diseases. Then it's out the door, into the mud, the cold, or the heat, depending on which seasonal punishment the weather gods have chosen for you. If you're a man, your job is outside. If you're not dying, you're chopping, digging, ploughing, hauling or hammering. The fields don't plough themselves, and the forests don't magically become houses. You spend your day fighting the earth, digging up rocks, tilling rocky soil, praying for rain, then cursing when it floods. You build fences that fall down in storms, chop trees that splinter the axe, carry logs that threaten to snap your spine, and always, always you sweat. Your tools are few and crude. An iron hoe, a wooden plough, maybe an axe with a handle that's seen better centuries. If you're lucky, you have a horse or an ox to help. If you're not, congratulations, your shoulders are the horse now. There's no mechanic, no toolbox, no spare parts. If something breaks, you fix it with string, spit, and creative swearing. Your clothing works against you. Wool in summer, linen in winter, boots that leak, gloves that don't exist. Your hands crack and bleed. Your nails split. Splinters become permanent features of your palm. You carry hay, mud, firewood, and sometimes other people. Your spine is less a column and more of a suggestion. If you're a woman, your workday is somehow worse. Everything the men do, plus everything else. You cook, clean, sew, haul, nurse, parent, and mend. You wake the earliest and sleep the latest. You spin wool until your fingers are raw, knead dough until your knuckles cease, and churn butter until your arms feel like lead. You chop firewood, carry water, and then somehow still serve the meal without collapsing. Childcare isn't a break. It's an added job. Babies are carried on hips while you stir pots. Toddlers cling to skirts while you dig up potatoes. You breastfeed one child while telling another to stop hitting the goat. No one thanks you. There's no applause, just more work. Children don't get a pass. As soon as they can walk without falling over, they're put to work. Feeding chickens, gathering kindling, carrying water, picking stones from the fields. No toys, no schooling, unless someone taught you to read between chores. A child is not a child. They're just a shorter worker with fewer rights. If one manages to sit still for too long, someone will hand them a task just to maintain the natural order of misery. Illness doesn't excuse you. If you're not coughing up blood, you're expected to help. A sprained ankle means you crawl instead of walk. A fever means you take more breaks, not that you stop. If you die, well, that's one less mouth to feed, and one less pair of hands to disappoint the fields. Work does not pause for grief. It barely nods at it. Sundays are theoretically a day of rest, but they're not restful. You go to church, which might mean walking miles in bad shoes, sitting on a backless bench, while a man in robes shouts about sin, and then walking home again, thinking about how you still have to cook supper and mend your shirt. If it's winter, the church is freezing. If it's summer, it's a sweatbox full of flies and the unwashed. Some work is specialised. If you're a blacksmith, your world is heat, hammer, and smoke. You burn yourself regularly, inhale metal dust, and go half deaf from the clang of iron on iron. If you're a cooper, you make barrels for food storage, water, ale, and if you mess it up, something spoils and people starve. A tanner works with hides, urine, and lime. Their hands are perpetually raw. Their clothing stinks. Their lungs slowly give out. Even the easier jobs aren't easy. Tailoring. You sit hunched over a candle, stitching through rough cloth with a dull needle until your eyes cross. Cooking. You stand over an open hearth, breathing smoke, getting blisters, burning your palms. Midwifery? You help bring life into the world with no tools, no sterilisation, and every chance of watching mother or child, or both, slip away. Work is constant. There's always something broken, always something leaking, always something rotting, missing, or catching fire. You patch roofs in the rain. You dig ditches in the dark. You fix carts with rope and prayer. You shear sheep and chase pigs and clean tools that never stay clean. You sweep the floor, even though dirt is a permanent resident. At night, your muscles scream. You lie on straw and feel every stone beneath you. Your legs twitch. Your hands cramp. You fall asleep mid-sentence. You wake still tired. And then you do it again. The seasons change the job, but never the burden. In spring, you plant. In summer, you weed and haul and swat at clouds of insects that treat your skin like a feast. In autumn, you harvest, haul, and preserve what little you manage to coax from the earth. In winter, you split wood, fight frost, and spend hours just keeping the fire alive. You work harder to not freeze than you ever did to not starve. You dream of rest, but even your dreams are filled with chores. Fetch water, shuck corn, chase chickens. You have nightmares about losing tools, because replacing one could mean trading away your only boots. And everything you do with the knowledge that it might not be enough. One late frost, one early flood, one outbreak of fever, and your entire season's work turns to ash. You're always one bad week away from ruin. There are no sick days, no second chances, no promotions, just survival, broken fingernails, and the deep, quiet knowledge that no matter how hard you work today, Tomorrow won't care. Work doesn't make you stronger. It wears you down. It blunts your mind. It hollows your body. You stop looking people in the eye because you're too tired. You forget how to laugh unless the joke is about finally dying. But still, you get up every day because no one else will do it for you. This is your job in early America. Not a career, not a calling, just the daily act of not giving up. And whether you're ploughing soil, scrubbing floors, nursing children, or gutting fish, you do it until the day your hands finally stop moving. And even then, someone will expect you to be buried quickly so they can get back to work. Sometimes someone breaks. They sit down in the middle of a task and just stop. No crying, no speech, just stillness. Their eyes go glassy, their hands go limp, and after a few minutes, someone else quietly takes over their work. No one talks about it, because everyone knows it could be them next. One bad night, one pulled muscle, one missing meal. That's all it takes. So you work, you endure. Because in early America, your worth is measured by your labour. And when the day comes that you can no longer contribute, when your back gives out or your legs won't carry you, there is no retirement. There is only absence, and a new name added to the list of the gone. The sky darkens, and the tools are finally laid down, not because the work is finished, but because the light is gone. You trudge home, muscles screaming, knowing tomorrow will be the same. And the cruelest part, some tiny piece of you is grateful. Grateful that there will be a tomorrow. You don't catch sickness in early America. It catches you. Slowly at first, through a cough that won't go away, a cut that refuses to heal, or a strange aching behind the eyes. Then all at once, it has you. And when it does, there's no doctor coming. No clean sheets. No medicine cabinet. Only prayer, boiling water, and blind hope. Every breath is a risk. Every drop of water. Every scrape of food. Every hand you shake. If you're lucky enough to live among people clean enough to shake hands, could be carrying your next great undoing. Germ theory isn't a thing yet. Disease is blamed on bad air, divine punishment. Or perhaps that neighbour you always suspected was a bit too cheerful. The local remedies are a mixed bag. One person recommends garlic, another mustard plasters. Someone else swears by powdered toad. Whatever the cure, it's administered with shaking hands and absolute confidence, which is comforting until you realise no one actually knows what they're doing. You're already starting from behind. Your diet is trash. You're malnourished, underslept, and chronically exhausted. Your immune system is working overtime just to keep your body from eating itself. So when illness comes, and it always comes, it hits like a hammer. Coughs last for weeks. Fevers burn hot and wild. Cuts go septic. Teeth rot and fall out. A splinter in the wrong place can lead to an amputation. You can die from stepping on a nail. You can die from childbirth, a stomachache, a bad glass of milk. You can die from eating the wrong berry or not eating at all. Life is a parade of minor symptoms with lethal potential. And let's not forget dysentery, nature's way of reminding you who's really in charge. It's not glamorous, it's not dramatic. It's just slow, messy dehydration until your insides give up and everything shuts down. There's no dignity in it, just a bed of straw and someone whispering the Lord's Prayer while trying not to gag. There are no hospitals. The sick are treated in the same room where people eat, sleep and argue. There's no privacy, no sanitation, and no mercy. You lie in your corner of the hut, sweating, shaking, hallucinating, and hoping you don't disturb the others too much. Because if you do, they might decide to move you outside, and you won't come back in. The treatments, such as they are, come from a mixture of folklore, desperation, and half-remembered advice. Bleeding is popular. You're too hot, too cold, acting strangely. Out comes the blade or the leech. Bloodletting is considered a universal reset button, even if the patient's last words are, "I feel dizzy." It's not uncommon to pass out mid-treatment. Some don't wake back up. Herbs are the next line of defence. Chamomile, sage, horehound, yarrow. Names whispered like spells. They're steeped, crushed, poulticed, and rubbed onto wounds with great ceremony. Sometimes they help. Sometimes they do nothing. Sometimes they make things worse. But the smell at least convinces you that something is being done. Toothaches are their own brand of misery. You feel it first as a dull throb, then sharp pain, then swelling. Then the whole side of your face balloons and you can barely speak. There are no dentists, only a brave fool with a pair of tongs and a bottle of rum. You're told to bite down on leather and hold still. The crack is audible. The pain is indescribable. Infection is almost guaranteed. Midwives double as doctors, herbalists, and therapists. They deliver babies in firelit huts and with nothing but rags, boiled water, and prayer. They handle fevers, wounds, miscarriages, and mystery illnesses with quiet authority. And yet, they're constantly at risk of being accused of witchcraft, because knowing too much is dangerous, especially if you're a woman. And then there's smallpox. It doesn't knock. It kicks in the door. Red spots appear, first as a nuisance, then as a verdict. You're isolated. Not for your safety, for theirs. The sores swell, burst, and crust over. You itch until you bleed. You're disfigured for life if you survive. Many don't. You hear stories from nearby towns. Entire families wiped out. Children gone in a week. A man who dug 6 graves in 2 days. A preacher who held a funeral for his own wife from the doorstep, too afraid to enter the room. The disease moves faster than gossip. By the time you hear about it, it's already here. Injury is common. Axes slip, horses kick, fires burn. You fall, you bleed, and then you hope. A broken leg means weeks of pain and immobility, and if you're lucky, someone helps carry you. If not, you crawl. There's no cast, no splint beyond sticks and rags. The bone might heal, or it might heal wrong. Now you limp for the rest of your life. Assuming the infection doesn't win first, mental illness is a concept that hasn't been invented yet. Sadness is sin. Melancholy is weak faith. Anxiety is cowardice. If you speak of hearing voices or act strangely, you're whispered about. If you're a woman, the word hysteria starts making the rounds. If you're loud about your suffering, you might find yourself locked in a cellar, or worse, blamed for bringing the sickness to begin with. Water doesn't help. Not in the way it should. Clean water is a fantasy. What you drink is usually river runoff, shared with animals, filled with silt, leaves, and invisible threats. Boiling helps, but fuel is precious. You bathe rarely, if at all, because cold water chills the bones, and warm water is considered medically risky. Bathing opens the pores, they say. That's how the illness gets in. So you don't bathe, you don't rest, you barely eat. And then one day, your body fails. You faint, you fall. You vomit blood or cough up something dark and clotted. People around you avoid eye contact. They start whispering your name in the past tense. If you're important, maybe a preacher comes. If not, someone mutters a prayer from across the room. A cloth is placed on your forehead. You're told to drink broth. You can't keep it down. Your stomach turns against you. Your bowels follow. Your breath rattles. Sometimes you recover. Sometimes it passes. But the world keeps turning either way. If you die, there's a hole waiting. If you live, there's a job waiting. There's no long recovery. No soft re-entry into daily life. The day you can stand is the day you're handed a bucket and told to fetch water. You learn to spot the signs early. A shiver too long. A cough that echoes. Eyes that don't focus. You learn who might last and who probably won't. You stop asking if someone feels better. You stop offering advice. You just tighten the blankets and keep the fire going. It's the most you can do. Sometimes someone survives something they shouldn't. A fever that broke. A wound that closed. People call it a miracle. They thank God. The survivor says nothing, because deep down they know it wasn't divine mercy. It was chance. Dumb, brutal luck. And there's always another illness waiting. New settlers bring new plagues. The weather changes and something strange spreads again. You cough. You pray. You drink something foul and bitter that a neighbour swears saved their cousin. You don't believe it, but it burns going down. So at least it feels like something is happening. Eventually, your body is not your own. It belongs to the rhythms of the colony, the limits of early medicine, and the whims of fate. You walk slower. You breathe harder. You sleep more but rest less. And one day, when the fever comes for you again, you know it might be the last. There's no insurance, no nurses, no quiet white rooms with beeping machines and floral wallpaper. There's just a straw mattress, a wooden bowl of tepid water, and someone you love sitting nearby, too tired to cry. Illness in early America doesn't ask permission. It doesn't wait for a convenient time. It doesn't spare the strong or the faithful. It simply arrives, stays as long as it wants, and leaves a trail of silence behind it. And when it's gone, if you're still alive, you go back to work. Because in early America, health is a temporary condition. But labour is eternal. In early America, freedom is a myth carved into future monuments, not something you'll find in your daily life. Authority is not questioned, it is endured. You don't speak up, you don't speak out. You barely speak unless spoken to. And even then, you choose your words like they might be your last, because they might be. Power wears many faces. The preacher, the governor, the magistrate, the landowner, the militia captain, the man with the Bible in one hand and a musket in the other. Sometimes they're the same person. Sometimes they disagree with each other, but all of them outrank you, and you are expected to obey. Not out of respect, but because the cost of resistance is immediate and often public. Laws exist, but not the kind you argue with. Not the kind printed neatly and explained with care. They're passed down through warning and punishment. You learn the rules when you see someone whipped for breaking them, when someone disappears after speaking too freely, when a man is nailed by the ear to a post because he stole a loaf of bread. Justice here isn't blind. It's looking right at you, with a raised eyebrow and a hand on its belt. Petty crimes are met with brutal solutions. Theft can cost you your fingers. Lying in court might earn you a split tongue or a branding. Speaking ill of a magistrate can have you standing in the stocks for days, covered in spit and whatever else the townsfolk can throw. If you're lucky, your punishment ends with humiliation. If not, it ends with a noose. Executions are not hidden. They are scheduled events, community gatherings where children are advised to watch so they'll learn something. A gallows is as common as a water well. A hanging draws a crowd. A burning draws a bigger one. And all of this, all the lashes and gags and pillories, are considered necessary. Good, even. They keep order. They teach discipline. They make examples. You're not asked to understand. You're asked to comply. Religion is law's older brother. Older, stricter, and far more imaginative when it comes to punishments. The preacher watches you closely. He listens for blasphemy in your tone, insubordination in your silence. Church attendance is not optional. Missing Sunday service is like slapping God across the face. Fines, public confession, or worse can follow. You stand in the church, shoulder to shoulder with others who smell like smoke and fear. You nod when expected. You repeat what's told to you. You don't dare look bored. The sermons are long, thunderous warnings of fire and damnation. Hell is vivid, detailed. A place more real than your own bedroom, if you had one. And you can be punished for what you think. Not just what you do. If you say the wrong thing about Scripture, about God, about the preacher himself, you risk the label of heretic. Or worse, witch. Either label can end with you floating face down in the river. Women and outsiders are especially vulnerable. If you're a woman who speaks too boldly, you're hysterical. If you heal with herbs, you're suspicious. If you have knowledge, you're dangerous. Outsiders, the poor, the foreign, the strange, are useful only when silent. Any challenge to the social hierarchy is met with cold efficiency. You're taught not to resist. You're taught to survive. Children are raised in the same shadow. They are disciplined early and often. A child who disobeys is thrashed, not just by the parents, but by any adult nearby. Schools are few and rarely kind. Education, where available, is a strict affair filled with rote memorization, canings, and the constant threat of being made an example. There is no privacy. There is no dissent. Even your thoughts feel borrowed from the sermon you heard last week. You move like a ghost through your own life, careful not to upset anyone. Authority is not a person. It's the air itself, watching, listening, waiting. The rules change depending on who you are. If you're a servant or indentured, your rights are theoretical. You follow orders or you're beaten. If you complain, you're punished. If you try to escape, you're hunted. If you're caught, you're maimed. There's always someone above you, someone with the power to ruin you with a gesture. Even freemen must tread carefully. Speak too loudly in the tavern about the governor's tax? Expect a visit. Argue with your landlord? You might find your goods accidentally confiscated during a search. There's no due process. There's barely process. Most accusations don't end in trial. They end in example. And if you're enslaved, there is no protection at all. You're not a person. You are property. You can be beaten, sold, starved, or killed without consequence. The law exists to protect your owner's investment in you, not your body, not your life, and certainly not your freedom. Gossip is a weapon. The whispers of your neighbours can destroy you faster than any court. She looked too long at the preacher. He doesn't bow when he passes the governor. There are, of course, no appeals, no higher court to hear your plea. If you're punished unjustly, the only recourse is prayer. And even then, you're expected to apologise first. Forgiveness exists for the powerful. For everyone else, there's repentance or ruin. And yet, even in this grim order, people cling to their places. Not because they love obedience, but because fear is easier than chaos. The idea of no law, no rules, is more terrifying than a cruel one. At least here, you know what the punishment is. You've seen it, you've smelled it, you've heard it in the cries of those who didn't step carefully enough. Sometimes the punishments are symbolic. A person is forced to wear a sign, thief, drunkard, liar, made to stand in the town square, eyes down, shame on display. Sometimes they are literal, ears cropped, noses slit, brands pressed to skin like livestock. The scars never go away. They mark you forever. And not just your skin, your reputation, your prospects, your children's futures. You learn the dance. You bow deeper. You speak softer. You nod more often than you mean it. You make yourself small in the presence of power, not just for safety, but for survival. You don't complain when the taxes rise. You don't question when the rules change. You don't point out that the preacher's son never gets punished, because you know how quickly a grumble turns into a trial. There is no revolution in your bones, no fire in your chest. There is a quiet acceptance, the same kind animals have when they recognize the shape of the cage. You might dream of something better, but not out loud. You might speak of fairness, but only behind closed doors, and only in a whisper. Your children learn the same lessons. They watch you endure. They see you obey. They understand, even before they can walk, that survival requires silence, that power flows one way, and standing in its path only gets you swept aside. It is not heroism that gets passed down. It is caution, care, calculation. And so life continues. You rise, work, nod, kneel, and sleep, all under the watchful eye of authority. It doesn't matter if the rules make sense. It doesn't matter if you agree. What matters is that you follow them. Because in early America, the law isn't just written on paper, it's carved into people. The silence isn't peace, it's pressure. A tight-lipped calm stretched thin over fear. And everyone you meet, no matter how polite, is balancing on that same edge, nodding along, praying quietly, and doing their best not to be next. And if you wonder why no one revolts, why no one resists, the answer is simple. Because everyone knows someone who did, and they remember what happened to them in detail. In public, in pain, that's all it takes. In early America, being a woman isn't just difficult, it's doubly so. You don't simply live through hardship. You do it while carrying everyone else's burden on your back, wrapped in homespun linen, holding a child in one arm and a cooking pot in the other. Whatever the men do, women are expected to match, and then keep going. You rise before the men, not out of choice, but because someone has to start the fire, fetch the water, and stir whatever's left in the cooking pot from the night before. You might have slept 2 or 3 hours, maybe more, if the baby didn't scream through the night, or if your husband didn't come home drunk and short-tempered. You pray silently, or maybe just sigh, a quieter form of survival, and start your day. Breakfast is not served, it is assembled. You boil cornmeal, scrape ash from the hearth, and knead yesterday's dough. The fire spits sparks onto your hands. You wince, wipe sweat from your forehead with a soot-smeared sleeve, and keep going. By the time the others are stumbling awake, you've already been working for an hour. Child rearing is not its own job. It's background noise to all the others. You carry a baby on your hip while stirring pottage, sewing a shirt, or chopping vegetables. You learn to balance an infant with one arm and hoist a water bucket with the other. When the child cries, you hush it without breaking stride. There's no nursery, no playpen, no time-out corner. Only the edge of a dirt floor, where you lay the child and pray it doesn't roll into the fire. Cleaning is constant and futile. There is no soap. Water must be hauled in buckets. The floor is made of packed earth that turns to mud when wet, dust when dry, and filth in between. You sweep it daily with a bundle of straw tied to a stick, knowing full well it will never be clean. Not really, not for long. Laundry is not a weekly chore, it's a siege. Clothes are scrubbed on washboards, if you have one, or against a flat stone by the river. You kneel in the cold, raw water, scraping fabric with lye or ash soap that burns your skin and chaps your knuckles. Then you wring it dry, with hands already swollen, and hang it in the wind, praying the rain doesn't return. There are no dryers. If it rains again, you start over. Sewing and mending are endless. Your family owns maybe 1 or 2 sets of clothes each. You patch holes with scrap, re-stitch every seam until the fabric looks more thread than cloth. You save buttons like gold, straighten old needles over fire, and squint by candlelight after everyone else is asleep. If someone tears their only shirt, it becomes your emergency. Then comes cooking. Forget recipe books. There's no oven, no timer, no measurements. You cook with instinct and heat and guesswork. A pot over the hearth, bubbling with a mix of root vegetables and regrets. You taste with your fingers. Add salt when it's available. Stir constantly, because if it burns, no one eats. If someone gets sick, you're blamed. If someone complains, you take it quietly, because silence is expected. Gratitude is not. You also tend the garden, assuming you're lucky enough to have one. You weed it, water it, protect it from insects, birds and hungry neighbours. It's your insurance policy. If it fails, your family starves. If it succeeds, the men praise God, and you go back to weeding. On top of all this, you're expected to manage the emotional temperature of the home. If your husband is cruel, you endure it. If he's sad, you console him. If your children misbehave, it's your fault. If anything breaks, a dish, a chair, your spirit, you clean it up and carry on. Marriage is not an escape. It is a transaction. You are a dowry, a womb, a worker. Love, if it happens, is a fortunate accident. Your wedding may be small and quiet, with no ring and no gown, just a handshake and a prayer and a new life of labour under a different roof. Pregnancy is not a sacred glow. It's a gamble. Each time your belly swells, you wonder if you'll live through it. There are no doctors, no prenatal vitamins, no clean sheets, just a midwife, if you're lucky, and a set of hands you pray are steady. Labour can last hours, days. You scream into cloth, claw at the floor, bleed into straw. If the child lives, you thank God. If you live, you call it mercy. If neither happens, the others clean up quietly and move on. And when the child is born, the work doubles. Diapers don't exist. You tear rags and wash them over and over. You nurse constantly. You rock the baby while kneading bread, while boiling herbs and while scraping soot from the hearth. And if the baby dies from fever, from hunger, from cold, You are expected to mourn silently and keep working. You're not allowed to be weak. If you cry too much, you're unstable. If you shout, you're hysterical. If you resist, you're dangerous. If you know too much, you're a witch. You learn to speak softly, bow your head, and swallow your fury. Your life is survival in a corset of silence. And yes, you wear a corset. Not the ones in costume dramas. Yours is a stiff, scratchy thing, meant to straighten your back and suppress your body. You lace it up while nursing a toddler. You work in it. You sleep in it. You learn to move with it until the discomfort becomes part of your posture. There are no mirrors. Your reflection is in a bucket of water, if it's still enough. You forget your face. You forget your shape. You forget how to describe yourself beyond what you do. Wife, mother, servant, midwife. No adjectives, only titles. Courtship is brief. Flirting is a risk. If you smile too much, you're asking for attention. If you refuse a man's interest, you're rude. If something happens to you, something unspeakable, you are blamed for it. Your virtue is everyone's concern until it's gone. Then it's your problem alone. Even in church, your place is at the edge. You sit behind the men. You speak only to sing, and even then, not too loudly. You memorize scripture, but aren't asked what it means. The preacher talks about obedience, and everyone knows he's talking to you. Some women break the mould. Healers, spinsters, widows with sharp tongues. But most don't last long. Suspicion clings to them. If a child falls ill, it was the midwife's fault. If crops fail, it's the widow's stare. If a cow stops giving milk, someone remembers the herbalist said something odd last Tuesday. That's how it starts. Then come the whispers. Then comes the trial. Sometimes they drown you. Sometimes they burn you. Sometimes they just banish you to the edge of a village where the cold and the wolves wait patiently. You age fast. The sun creases your skin before you're 30. Your hands are calloused. Your hair greys early. You have stretch marks, scars, burns, missing teeth. All earned, none complained about. You're expected to smile anyway, to laugh softly, to keep the peace, to keep everyone else whole while you quietly fall apart. And even when you've done everything right, stayed silent, worked hard, obeyed, there's no guarantee. Your husband might die, your children might starve, your home might burn, and you'll be left alone, a widow in a world that fears independent women more than famine. So you work twice, you suffer twice, and you are remembered, if at all, only by the apron you left behind, still stained, still warm. Because in early America, a woman's work is never done, and neither is her silence. And yet somehow, despite all of it, women endure. They carry generations forward with aching arms and silent strength, weaving resilience into every stitch, every scar, every spoonful of soup. No one thanks them. No one notices. But they keep going. From the moment your boot touches this continent's soil, you carry with you not just disease and iron and scripture, but assumptions, heavy, invisible ones. You assume this place is empty. You assume it's yours. You assume that the people already here will either help you, fear you, or get out of the way. None of those assumptions are correct. The land is not empty. It has paths, stories, names. Older than your family, older than your king, older than the ink on your colonial charter. The people are not few. There are nations here, not scattered tribes. Cultures with governments, customs, languages, boundaries. Some live in longhouses. Some in birch bark wigwams. others in lodges, earthworks, plank houses, all of them more adapted to this land than you are. But you don't understand that. You don't even try. Because in your world, maps are drawn with blank spaces, and ownership comes with paper and a wax seal. So when you see people on your land, you see trespassers. When they watch you from the tree line, you feel threatened, not because of what they do, but because you cannot imagine a world in which you are not in charge. The first encounters are often tense, cautious. You trade small things: a knife, a copper kettle, beads. They offer you food, pelts, tobacco. They gesture for peace, sometimes with curiosity, sometimes with resignation. They've seen your kind before. You, however, have never seen anyone like them, and that unnerves you. Their faces are unreadable to you. Their expressions don't match your expectations. Their language is unfamiliar. Their silence feels ominous. Their smiles feel suspicious. You can't read them, so you decide they must be hiding something. You don't know what, but it must be dangerous. You try to communicate, you point. You speak louder, as if volume translates meaning. You mimic. You gesture. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes they understand perfectly and pretend they don't, because they're not sure yet whether you're a threat, a fool, or both. You assume their help is automatic, their land a gift. If they show you how to grow maize or where the fish are, you call it a divine blessing, not survival knowledge painstakingly passed down over centuries. If they teach you something, you write it in your journal as your own discovery. If they warn you not to settle near a certain stream, and you do anyway, you call the resulting flood an act of God. Their customs confuse you. They don't rush meals. They don't shake hands. Their leaders don't dress in lace or carry swords. When they speak, it takes longer, not because they're slow, but because words matter. Silence is part of the language, and when they decide, they do so together, a concept as foreign to you as the plants in their medicine pouches. And still, you label them savages, not because they are, but because they don't mirror you. They don't kneel the same way. They don't pray in Latin. They don't build fences or tally land deeds. So you decide they must be lesser. This comforts you. It gives you permission. You fear what you don't control. So you start to arm yourself more visibly. You build higher walls. You look for excuses. A rumour of a stolen cow becomes a justification for a raid. A glance in the wrong direction is all it takes to escalate a meeting into a conflict. You don't understand their politics, so you assume they have none. You don't recognise their diplomacy, so you call it trickery. They see what's coming. Most of them always did. Sometimes they leave offerings, corn, fish, a woven mat, as signs of peace. You assume they're tribute. You assume you're winning. But it's not submission. It's strategy. They are trying to avoid war. They know what war with you will mean. They've seen the weapons. They've buried the dead. And yet, not all encounters turn violent. Sometimes alliances form. Temporary, uneasy ones. You need them to survive the winter. They need you to trade for iron tools. You smoke pipes together. Share meals. Exchange gifts. There is laughter. You begin to feel at ease. And that's when you make the mistake. You assume friendship is ownership. That their tolerance is consent. That a patch of shared hunting ground is now your field. You build fences. You dig wells. You claim. You plant your flag. And when they resist, when they ask questions, when they draw lines, when they remind you of the agreements, you feel betrayed. You call them hostile, unreasonable. ungrateful. You forget that you were the guest. And so the pattern begins. You call for backup. More settlers arrive. More land is cleared. The forest shrinks. The rivers grow cloudy. The animals flee. The balance breaks. They warn you again. They hold councils. They send runners with messages, painted sticks, bundles of arrows left at your doorstep. Each a language you refuse to learn. Each a signal you ignore. And then, one morning, it happens. A skirmish. A death. Maybe accidental, maybe not. Someone's hut burns. Someone's brother is found dead near a stream. And now it's war. You don't know the terrain. They do. You march in formation. They move through trees. Your bright coats make you targets. Their silence makes them ghosts. You outnumber them, but numbers aren't everything when your enemy knows every shadow. Sometimes you win. Your weapons are louder. Your reinforcements steadier. You burn their villages. Take prisoners. Push borders. And you call it victory. Sometimes you lose. You vanish into the forest and are never found. A poisoned arrow ends you in the dark. A trap snaps your leg and you bleed into the soil. No one writes your name down. Your disappearance becomes a rumour. But even when peace returns, it is brittle. A temporary pause between misunderstandings. You call it a treaty. They call it a warning. You sign your name and they sign with symbols, not because they cannot write, but because their meaning is not your language. You walk away satisfied. They walk away wary. Years pass. More ships arrive. More fences are built. Forest paths become roads. Wigwams give way to taverns, and still they adapt. They survive. Some convert, some trade, some marry, some vanish into hills or are herded onto distant lands you've never seen, but they never disappear entirely, no matter what your map says, no matter how many statues you build, or schools you fund, or stories you write. And you, the settler, the guest, the stranger, live on the land now, but not alone. Every step you take is on memory. Every harvest, every brick, every town square is layered over lives you never understood. Because in early America, the greatest mistake wasn't violence. It was arrogance. You assumed they were simple. You assumed they were gone. You were wrong. And still today, in quiet clearings and beside old rivers, the echoes remain. Not in your language, not in your monuments, but in the shape of the land, the forgotten trails, the herbs that grow where old hands once planted them. You don't see it, you don't ask, but it's there, waiting, watching, remembering. You recall one night, cold, silent and fogged in moonlight, when a figure stepped from the trees. Not armed, not angry, just watching. You froze, hand on your musket. They said nothing, just looked. You tried to speak, but no words came. And then they were gone. The next morning your traps were sprung but empty. Your firewood was gone, and someone had left a woven token, a small deer made of grass, beside your door. You burned it without thinking. But you never slept soundly again, because deep down you knew. They had given you a message, and you had missed it. Because in early America, the most dangerous thing you could bring to a meeting was not a musket, but ignorance. Later, when you tell the story, you'll edit out the silence, the confusion, the fear you felt when you realized they understood you better than you understood them. You'll call it a misunderstanding, a necessary war. But somewhere in the back of your mind, the forest never stops watching. You wake up tired again. There is no such thing as a full night's sleep in early America. The straw pokes through your blanket. The baby cried half the night. The wind found a new gap in the wallboards and needled your spine like a curse. When you finally stir, your legs feel twice their weight. Your back has stiffened like rawhide. You sit up slowly and remember, you're only 30, and yet you feel 80. This is the end of your day, though the sun's just rising. Because here, a long life is short, and the days drag like broken oxen through mud. Time doesn't slip by, it claws at you. One sunrise at a time, it erodes you down to nothing. You start with the fire. Always the fire. You rake the coals. Blow softly. Feed it kindling and scraps. If the fire has died entirely, you trudge to a neighbour's hearth, hat in hand, hoping for an ember. Without it, there's no breakfast, no heat, no comfort. Just cold, stiff hands and teeth that ache in your skull. You eat if there's food. More cornmeal. Maybe a piece of dried apple, if it wasn't nibbled by mice. You chew slowly, not for pleasure, but because chewing any faster risks cracking a tooth. Your gums bleed anyway. You swallow pain with every bite. Then it's time to work. Again. Still. Forever. Chores don't wait. They breed in the night. The woodpile is shrinking. The animals need tending. The roof leaks again. Someone has the fever. Someone else is limping. Someone else simply didn't wake up this morning. You mark their absence and move on. Because in early America, grief is a luxury you don't always have time to feel. Death is not rare, it's routine. A neighbour dies, and you nod. A child dies, and you sigh. A spouse dies, and you keep the stew warm. Mourning must be scheduled between chores. No time to weep if there's laundry. No time to sit if the cow's gone missing. You bury them quickly. Dig a shallow grave, if the ground isn't frozen. Say a short prayer. Cover them with dirt and move the rocks back into place. Sometimes there's a wooden marker. Sometimes not. The worms don't care either way. The earth takes everything. It always has. You do not expect to grow old, and the children you raise, if they live, will remember you as the parent who squinted into the sun and never smiled. You have no teeth for smiling, no breath for song. What little energy you have is spent keeping the walls up and the water from flooding the floor. If you're lucky, you don't die in winter. If you're unlucky, you die in winter, and no one can bury you until the ground thaws. Your body is stored in a shed, wrapped in cloth, visited by mice. When spring comes, someone will dig the hole and drop you in. Marriage brings no guarantee of longevity. A man might be killed in a logging accident. A woman might bleed out after childbirth. A child might waste away from a cough. Death doesn't discriminate. It doesn't announce itself. It arrives mid-meal, mid-sentence, mid-prayer. And when it does, you keep going. You don't have a choice. Because every day in early America is a rehearsal for the end. There are no doctors, not really, just neighbours with opinions. A fever is met with whiskey and prayer. A broken limb gets splintered with whatever's nearby. You might try herbal remedies, ground roots, poultices, teas that taste like compost. Sometimes they help, sometimes they don't. If you get sick, you're mostly on your own. People keep their distance, not out of cruelty but survival. One cough can clear a room. One fever can take down a household. You stay in bed, sweating, praying, watching the ceiling blur and warp with each hallucination. If you recover, you call it a miracle. If not, you don't get to call it anything. And yet, the days stretch on. Long, relentless. The sun arcs slowly overhead, marking the hours not with clocks, but with fatigue. You haul water. chop wood, scrub walls, mend tools, tend animals, weed gardens. If you stop, you fall behind. If you fall behind, you fail. And if you fail, you die. Or someone else does. There's no vacation, no retirement. You work until you break. And then you keep working, just slower. Your joints ache. Your hands curl into claws. Your eyesight fades. Your skin thickens like old leather. You become a figure at the edge of the room. Useful until you're not. In your spare time, you prepare for more work. You soak beans, patch roofs, stitch clothes, teach the youngest how to hold a shovel, how to sweep ash, how to carry water without spilling. There's no childhood here, just an apprenticeship to struggle. Sundays offer a kind of rest. If you count sitting stiffly on a wooden bench for 3 hours while a preacher tells you that everything hard about your life is your fault, that you were born sinful, that pain is holy, that suffering is good for the soul. You nod along because disagreeing is dangerous. Even joy is measured carefully. A wedding feast, if you can afford one. A song sung softly after supper. A baby's first steps, quickly followed by the realization that now they can wander into danger. You don't celebrate long. The world doesn't allow it. You measure time by seasons, by births, by burials. A good year is one where no one starves and only a few get sick. You mark the months not with calendars, but with tasks. Planting, harvesting, mending, surviving. Evenings come slowly. You sit by the fire, bones creaking, watching the shadows shift across the walls. There's no electricity, no distraction, just the weight of the day and the sound of your own breathing. Maybe a creak from the rafters. Maybe a cough from someone in the dark. You try not to wonder if that cough means anything. At night, the wind presses against the house like a test. You feel it in the gaps. The cold sneaks in, wraps around your legs. You pull your blanket tighter. You think about the day, about tomorrow, about how many tomorrows you might have left. And even in sleep, you're not free. You dream of fire, of flooding, of wolves, of losing everything, of starting over. You wake with your jaw clenched, your fists balled, your chest tight. You rise again, stumble, begin. Because this is what life is here. Not glory, not adventure, but attrition. A slow wearing down of flesh, spirit and bone. Every day is borrowed, every meal is earned, every mistake is punished. The land does not love you. The sky does not notice you. Time only moves forward, and it leaves nothing behind. So you keep going. Until one day, you don't. And when that day comes, someone else will wake up tired. Someone else will feed the fire. Someone else will dig a hole. And the world will keep spinning. Quietly. Indifferently. Because in early America, a short life is not a tragedy. It's the default setting. And if you live long enough to be called old, it's not a badge of honour. It's a curiosity. People nod at you like you've cheated something. But you haven't. You've just endured. Outlasted others. Buried more than your share. You don't tell stories. You don't give speeches. You keep to yourself. Watch the children work. And wait for the day when your name is spoken past tense. Because here, in the raw teeth of the world, life is a candle burned at both ends, blown out by weather or luck, or a splinter that festered too long. There is no eulogy, no plaque, just silence, and then someone else picking up your tools. So next time you think about history, about how you might have fared, remember this. You wouldn't have lasted a day, but someone like you did, and that's why you're here. Because in early America, survival wasn't heroic. It was just what people did, until they couldn't. And even then the chores still needed doing. Let us begin at the very start. Not merely the start of recorded history, but the start of everything. Picture, if you will, the universe as a blank page, entirely empty, except perhaps for a faint humming noise. There were no kings, no philosophers, not even accountants, which, depending on your opinion of accountants, might have been the most peaceful age of all. In this infinite quiet, something rather dramatic happened. Existence. The universe was born, stars formed, and after a few billion years, one particular star, our Sun, began to collect a swirling disk of dust and rock that would, with some patience, turn into a small blue planet. This Earth was not immediately hospitable. At first, it was more of a fiery chaos, all lava flows and steaming oceans. You would not have wanted to book a holiday there, unless you enjoy being vaporized. But time, as it often does, worked its slow magic. The planet cooled, continents began to form, and rain fell for millions of years, filling the oceans. And in those oceans, something curious began to stir. Life. Tiny single-celled life, so small that it probably didn't even realize it was alive. These early organisms floated peacefully in warm tidal pools and shallow seas, multiplying and evolving at an unhurried pace. No one was watching, of course, because there was no one to watch. They invented photosynthesis, which, I am told, was a brilliant idea, and began releasing oxygen into the atmosphere, paving the way for larger, more complicated life forms. Over the course of several 100 million years, because nature is nothing if not patient, sponges, jellyfish, trilobites, and eventually fish appeared. The seas became busy, wriggling with life. Then, in a bold evolutionary move, some adventurous creatures wriggled their way onto land. This was the start of something entirely new. Ecosystems with trees, insects, and later reptiles. Enter the dinosaurs, those enormous lords of the Mesozoic era, stomping around with magnificent disregard for the tiny mammals hiding in the shadows. Dinosaurs were the rock stars of prehistory, strutting about for over 150 million years. But all good things come to an end, and theirs came with a bang, quite literally, when a rather rude asteroid crashed into the Yucatan Peninsula and dramatically changed the weather. The dinosaurs, except for a few who cleverly reinvented themselves as birds, bowed out, leaving the mammals free to take centre stage. Among these mammals was a scrappy little branch that would, through millions of years of trial and error, produce apes. Some of these apes climbed down from the trees, stood on two legs, and began walking across the plains. These were our ancestors, not terribly impressive at first glance. Small, hairy, probably quite smelly, but possessed of a curious spark that would one day change everything. Human evolution is a slow and winding tale. First came Australopithecus, who walked upright but still looked more ape than human. Then Homo habilis, who earned the flattering nickname Handy Man because he figured out how to make tools. Homo erectus came next, a tall, robust fellow who learned to control fire, an achievement that must have seemed nothing short of magic. Fire meant warmth, cooked food, and perhaps most importantly, light at night. Around the fire, early humans could sit, rest, and, as far as we can tell stories. In many ways, the entire history of civilization begins with that first story told beneath a canopy of stars. Almost every culture in the world has some version of a creation story, and they are marvellous to listen to, particularly when you are trying to drift off to sleep. The Mesopotamians believed that in the beginning there was only water, divided into the fresh waters of Apsu and the salt waters of Tiamat. The gods were born from their mingling, and as you might expect, soon began quarrelling. In the great Babylonian epic known as the Enuma Elish, the storm god Marduk eventually slew Tiamat and split her body in two, using one half to create the sky and the other to form the earth. Violent, yes, but apparently necessary. The ancient Egyptians, on the other hand, imagined that all was darkness until the god Atum arose from the waters of chaos. Standing upon a primeval mound, he began to create the world, giving birth to other gods who shaped the sky, the land, and the underworld. The Greeks, as ever, were more dramatic. They said that in the beginning there was chaos, a yawning emptiness from which came Gaia, the earth, and Uranus, the sky. These two gave birth to the Titans, who were later overthrown by their own children, the Olympian gods. A family drama so complicated that it makes modern soap operas look tame. Meanwhile, the Norse imagined a great frozen void called Ginnungagap, flanked by the world of fire and the world of ice. When fire met ice, a giant named Ymir was formed, and from his body the gods later fashioned the world. His skull became the sky, his blood the oceans, and his eyebrows the fortifications of Midgard, which, if nothing else, is a very imaginative use of eyebrows. These myths, different though they are, share a common theme. Creation is rarely gentle. It is noisy, dramatic, and full of larger-than-life characters. But the reality of early human life was somewhat quieter. Our ancestors were not busy slaying cosmic dragons. They were busy trying to avoid being eaten by very large cats. They roamed in small bands, hunting and gathering whatever food they could find, and moving on when the seasons changed. Archaeological evidence suggests that they cared for their injured and elderly, perhaps even burying their dead with ritual objects, the earliest glimmers of religion. Over time, humans grew cleverer. They made better tools, learned to shape stone with precision, and began creating art. In caves across Europe, particularly in France and Spain, they painted magnificent images of bison, deer, and horses, using pigments made from ochre and charcoal. These images, tens of thousands of years old, still take our breath away today. Some scholars believe they were used in hunting rituals, others that they were simple decorations, and some even think they may have been early attempts at recording information, a sort of prehistoric notepad. And then there was music. Simple flutes made from bird bones and mammoth ivory have been found in caves, suggesting that our ancestors were already experimenting with melody. One imagines a small group gathered by the fire, someone playing a haunting tune on a flute, while others hum or clap along, creating a shared moment of beauty in an otherwise harsh world. This period, known as the Paleolithic, lasted for an extraordinarily long time, tens of thousands of years. Life was slow, cyclical, and largely at the mercy of nature. But eventually, somewhere in the Fertile Crescent, someone had an idea that would transform everything. What if we stopped chasing our food and made the food stay here instead? By planting seeds and domesticating animals, humans discovered agriculture. This single innovation meant that we could settle down, build permanent homes, and begin to accumulate things, possessions, tools, even ideas. With agriculture came surplus food, which meant leisure time, which meant the beginnings of art, religion, and eventually politics. But we are getting ahead of ourselves. The first chapter of our tale is not about cities or kings, but about quiet nights under a brilliant sky, about the slow discovery of fire, about the first hesitant steps towards creativity and meaning. Imagine the smell of smoke from a campfire, the crackle of dry wood, the soft murmur of voices in the darkness. Above, the constellations turn, the same constellations we still see today: Orion, Taurus, Ursa Major. And perhaps long ago, someone pointed at them and said, "That one looks like a hunter." And thus the first myth was born. This is where humanity truly began. Not in palaces or battlefields, but here, at the edge of the firelight, with a story told to pass the time, to explain the world, and perhaps to help the children fall asleep. It is a fitting beginning for our journey through history, for all of civilization can be seen as one long conversation that started around that fire. So let us end our first chapter here, not with war or conquest, but with quiet wonder. The dawn of humanity was slow, gentle, and full of curiosity. Tomorrow we shall rise with our ancestors and take the next step, planting seeds, taming animals, and building the first villages. But for tonight, let the fire burn low, let the stars keep watch, and let the ancient stories carry us into sleep. When we last left our ancestors, they were sitting peacefully around their fires, painting bison on cave walls, and playing flutes made out of bird bones. It was a simple life, full of wandering, hunting, gathering, and the occasional very exciting moment involving a large predator. But all of this was about to change, and change quite dramatically. For millions of years, humans had been nomads, restless travellers following the herds and the seasons. Then, sometime around 10,000 BCE, somewhere in what we now call the Fertile Crescent, that lush crescent-shaped region stretching across modern-day Iraq, Syria, and parts of Turkey, a brilliant idea took root. Quite literally. Someone decided to plant seeds. At first, it must have seemed like magic. Drop a few grains into the soil, come back weeks later, and there they are. Plants, as if the earth itself were giving gifts. Of course, it was not quite that easy. Early agriculture required an enormous amount of trial and error. One imagined some poor soul chewing on suspicious plants until he found the ones that wouldn't kill him. But eventually, the great staples of civilization were tamed. Wheat, barley, lentils, and later rice and maize in other parts of the world. This great shift from foraging to farming is what historians call the Neolithic Revolution, and it was one of the most significant turning points in all of human history. It allowed people to stay in one place for long periods, to build permanent homes, and to think about things other than where their next meal might come from. Settled life meant the first villages, and with villages came the first neighbourhood disputes. Imagine those early communities, clusters of mud brick houses, smoke curling lazily from cooking fires, goats bleating irritably in pens, children running about underfoot. Without the need to move constantly, people could store food, craft better tools, and even experiment with new inventions. Pottery, for example, seems to have sprung up everywhere farming took hold. Probably because people needed something to keep all that grain in. Agriculture also led to something else: surplus food. This was a revolutionary concept. For the first time, not everyone had to be involved in finding food all the time. Some could devote themselves to other tasks, weaving cloth, making tools, even experimenting with early forms of writing. Specialists emerged: potters, carpenters, priests, and no doubt the first gossipers, who kept the entire village informed of who was growing what. And then there were the animals. Domestication was another milestone, though it must have been an interesting process. Dogs were probably the first. They had been hanging around humans since the Ice Age, scavenging from scraps, until someone realized they were quite useful for hunting and guarding. Sheep, goats, pigs, and cattle followed. In some parts of the world, people tamed chickens and ducks. In others, llamas and alpacas. Imagine the patience it must have taken to turn a wild aurochs, a massive and somewhat ill-tempered prehistoric cow, into a docile farm animal. But if agriculture brought stability, it also brought new problems. For one thing, staying in one place meant waste piled up, attracting pests, and diseases spread more easily. Farmers worked harder than foragers, planting, weeding, harvesting, storing, and if a harvest failed, the entire village might starve. Yet the benefits of farming were too great to ignore. Populations grew, villages expanded, and soon entire regions were crisscrossed with networks of small farming communities. It was in these early villages that humanity's first great social experiment began. People developed rules to govern behaviour, rituals to appease the gods, and of course arguments. Property disputes must have been common. Whose field belonged to whom? Which goat had wandered into which plot? Who had taken more than their fair share of grain from the communal storehouse? In this way, the first seeds of law were planted, perhaps along with the first seeds of politics. And speaking of gods, this was the time when humanity's relationship with the divine deepened. The cycles of planting and harvest were mysterious and powerful, and so naturally they were attributed to divine beings. Fertility goddesses were among the earliest deities to be worshipped. In Mesopotamia, there was Inanna, later known as Ishtar, a goddess of love, war, and fertility who oversaw the growth of crops. The Egyptians had Osiris, the god who died and was reborn, much like the grain that withers and then sprouts anew. Across cultures, myths were born to explain the turning of the seasons, the rising and setting of the sun, and the strange magic of new life springing from the earth. With permanent settlements also came monumental architecture, though monumental at this point meant something rather modest compared to pyramids or ziggurats. The most famous of these early sites is Göbekli Tepe in modern-day Turkey, where massive stone pillars carved with animals were erected by hunter-gatherers before farming had even fully taken hold. This site suggests that religion and communal gatherings may have been the glue that encouraged people to settle down in the first place. In other words, temples may have come before cities. A remarkable idea. Slowly but surely, villages grew into towns, and towns into the first proto-cities. Jericho, in the Levant, is often cited as one of the world's oldest continuously inhabited places, with evidence of stone walls and towers going back to around 8000 BCE. Çatalhöyük, in Anatolia, is another extraordinary example. A dense settlement of houses packed so closely together that people seem to have entered their homes through the roofs. It must have been an archaeologist's dream and an ancient health and safety inspector's nightmare. Life in these early towns was still slow and deeply connected to the rhythms of nature. People rose with the sun, worked in their fields, tended to their animals, and gathered in the evening to share food and stories. At night, they might look up at the stars, just as their ancestors had done, but now they could track those stars carefully, noticing how they marked the passing of the seasons, a knowledge that was critical for planting and harvesting at the right time. And so astronomy was born, not for the sake of science, but for survival. Over time, this stargazing would give rise to elaborate calendars and eventually to astrology, which has been puzzling and delighting humans ever since. The first priest astronomers were the keepers of this sacred knowledge, ensuring that rituals were performed at the correct times to guarantee good harvests. As populations grew, so too did complexity. Trade between villages increased, with obsidian, flint, shells, and other valuable goods being exchanged over long distances. Early trade routes began to form, laying the groundwork for what would one day become vast networks like the Silk Road. Ideas travelled along with goods, techniques for farming, new tools, and no doubt a few good stories. But if there is one thing that defined this era, it was the steady, gradual pace of life. There were no empires yet, no great armies marching across continents, no libraries or writing systems, just the quiet hum of a world slowly becoming more organised, more human. The village became humanity's first stage of civilization, the place where people first learned to live side by side, to share work and resources, and to dream of something more. It is strange to think that all the complexity of modern life, cities, nations, technology, began with something as simple as a seed dropped into the earth. But so it did. Agriculture was the foundation upon which everything else would be built. It was the beginning of a grand experiment that continues to this day: how to feed, organise, and guide a growing population. Let us leave our ancestors here for now, in their small but thriving villages, perhaps celebrating a good harvest with a feast. The fire crackles, grain beer is passed around, someone strikes up a tune, and children laugh as they run through the dust. Overhead, the stars wheel silently on, marking another year in humanity's long journey. Soon, these villages will grow larger, walls will rise, and kings will appear to claim authority. But that is a story for another night. By now, humanity had grown quite comfortable with village life. They had fields, animals, pottery, and neighbours to complain about. All the essentials of civilization. But the next great leap was about to take place, and it would forever change the rhythm of human existence. Villages would grow into towns, towns into cities, and before long kings would appear, temples would rise, and the quiet murmur of village gossip would be replaced by the bustling chatter of civilization. And it all began with rivers. Rivers are the unsung heroes of human history. They watered crops, provided fish, served as highways for trade, and occasionally flooded dramatically, just to keep everyone on their toes. In Mesopotamia, between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, people began building some of the world's first true cities. The soil there was rich and fertile, though the rivers were unpredictable, prone to catastrophic flooding. Perhaps this is why Mesopotamian mythology was full of stern, sometimes irritable gods who demanded constant appeasement. If your river gods can wash away your house overnight, you tend to take them seriously. It was here, in this cradle of civilization, that places like Uruk, Ur, and Eridu rose from the dust. Uruk is especially famous. It is the city of Gilgamesh. the legendary king whose exploits are recorded in the Epic of Gilgamesh, the world's first great work of literature. In this story, Gilgamesh goes on a heroic quest, meets a wild man named Enkidu, fights monsters, annoys a goddess or two, and ultimately learns that immortality is not to be found. It is a surprisingly philosophical tale for something written on clay tablets. Cities like Uruk were remarkable places, bustling hubs of trade, religion, and politics. They had markets full of goods, grain, dates, wool, copper tools, and temples known as ziggurats, those massive stepped pyramids that seemed to scrape the very sky. Ziggurats were the homes of the gods on earth, or so it was believed, and priests tended them carefully, performing elaborate rituals to keep divine favour. Life revolved around these temples, which were as much administrative centres as they were religious sites. Of course, with cities came rulers, and with rulers came power struggles. Kings arose, often claiming divine approval for their reigns. In Mesopotamia, kings were seen as the chosen of the gods, tasked with keeping order in a dangerous and unpredictable world. The very first law codes were carved into stone in these cities, Hammurabi's code being the most famous. It contained laws about theft, trade, marriage, and even the proper fees for a surgeon's services. Justice, as you might expect, was rather strict. The phrase "an eye for an eye" comes from this code. While Mesopotamia was building its ziggurats, another great civilization was taking shape along the Nile River. Egypt, blessed with a river that flooded predictably each year, became one of the most stable and enduring cultures in history. The Egyptians saw their river not as a dangerous god to be placated, but as a generous provider. They even personified it as Happy, a cheerful, pot-bellied deity who brought fertility to the land. Egypt's great gift to the world was monumental architecture on an entirely new scale. The pyramids of Giza, built during the Old Kingdom, still stand as some of the most astonishing structures ever created. Imagine the sight of them rising from the desert, smooth-sided, gleaming white under the sun, pointing to the heavens. They were not built by slaves, as old myths once claimed, but by skilled labourers working in rotating crews, well fed and housed in nearby workers' villages. The pyramids were tombs for the pharaohs, who were believed to become divine after death. These were not mere burials. They were cosmic launch pads designed to help the king's soul ascend to the afterlife. Egyptian mythology was rich and colourful, filled with gods and goddesses who personified every aspect of life. Ra, the sun god, sailed across the sky each day and into the underworld each night, only to rise again in triumph. Osiris ruled over the afterlife. Isis worked tirelessly to resurrect him after his murder, and their son Horus became the symbol of kingship. The great temples of Egypt were living places where rituals, music, and offerings kept the balance of the universe, what the Egyptians called Ma'at. Meanwhile, far to the east, another great river civilization was flourishing along the Indus River, in what is now Pakistan and northwest India. The Indus Valley cities of Harappa and Mohenjo-daro were marvels of urban planning, with straight streets laid out on grids, sophisticated drainage systems, and houses with indoor bathing areas. These people loved order, cleanliness, and, as far as we can tell, baked bricks. We still do not know what language they spoke, because their writing system remains undeciphered, but we know they traded widely, even reaching Mesopotamia. And then there was China, where the Yellow River nurtured one of the world's oldest continuous civilizations. The Shang dynasty, one of the earliest known, left behind beautiful bronze vessels, oracle bones inscribed with the earliest form of Chinese writing, and a tradition of ancestor worship that would continue for millennia. Chinese mythology told of the Yellow Emperor, Huangdi, a sage king who invented writing, medicine, and governance, a mythic founding father of Chinese civilization. If you look closely at all these early civilizations, you see common threads. They built cities near rivers. They invented writing to keep track of goods, taxes, and temple offerings. They organized labor to build monumental structures, whether pyramids, ziggurats, or city walls. And they created elaborate mythologies to explain their place in the world, placing gods in the sky, the earth, and the waters. But life in these early cities was not all solemn rituals and architectural wonders. Imagine the soundscape of a Mesopotamian city. The bleating of goats, the clatter of potters' wheels, merchants calling out their wares, children running through dusty alleys. There were markets where one could buy dates, fish, copper tools, and beer. Because yes, beer was already being brewed, and judging by some surviving recipes, it was a thick, porridge-like drink you might have needed a straw for. There were also festivals, grand processions in which statues of the gods were carried through the streets, accompanied by music and dancing. The people of these cities knew how to celebrate as well as work, and feasts must have been occasions of great excitement. Still, city life came with its challenges. Crowds meant noise, smells, and the occasional outbreak of disease. Walls had to be built to keep out raiders, and armies organized to defend fields and water supplies. War, alas, is as old as civilization itself, and the first recorded battles come from this era. Yet even warfare helped shape human culture, driving the development of metallurgy, chariots, and strategy. And so, by the time we reach around 3000 BCE, the world is dotted with thriving cities, each a small but dazzling centre of human ingenuity. Writing is being used not only for accounting, but also for literature and hymns. Rulers are commissioning monuments to their own glory, priests are performing elaborate rites, and merchants are carrying goods across great distances. This was the dawn of history in the truest sense, for history requires writing, and writing had finally been invented, first as simple marks on clay tablets, later evolving into cuneiform, hieroglyphs, and scripts that would become the alphabets we still use today. Let us end this chapter here, in one of these ancient cities, perhaps on a warm evening. The marketplace is quieting down, the ziggurat looms dark against the sky, and somewhere a scribe is pressing neat little wedges into a clay tablet by lamplight. The river flows steadily past, carrying water, fish, and the promise of tomorrow's sunrise. Humanity, at last, has entered the age of cities, and the story is only beginning. The dawn of cities had been a triumph, but humanity was not done yet. No, we were just getting started. With the invention of writing and organized religion, humanity had established the foundations of culture. But now we were about to build something even bigger: empires. Yes, cities were fine, but why stop there when you could have dozens of cities under your control, all paying you tribute and sending you grain? This was the age of bronze, and bronze meant power. Bronze, in case you've not handled it lately, is a marvellous alloy of copper and tin. Softer than iron, but stronger than stone, bronze revolutionised everything from farming to fighting. Tools could now be sharper, more durable, and more effective. Axes chopped trees faster, ploughs dug deeper into the soil, and spears could be relied upon not to shatter during a heated skirmish, which is always a plus. As a result, food surpluses grew, populations expanded, and rulers could draft ever larger armies. And with armies came conquest. Mesopotamia was first out of the gate with this empire-building business. Sargon of Akkad, around 2330 BCE, is widely considered the world's first true emperor. He united the city-states of Mesopotamia under his rule, creating the Akkadian Empire. He even boasted that he washed his weapons in the sea, suggesting that his dominion stretched from the Persian Gulf to the Mediterranean, which, for the time, was practically the known universe. Empires were not just about brute force, though. They also required administration. Someone had to keep track of who was paying taxes, who was conscripted for the army, and which city had just rebelled again. Bureaucracy was born. Clay tablets recorded shipments of grain, lists of workers, temple inventories, and yes, the occasional complaint from a farmer that someone had stolen his goat. Some of these complaints survive to this day, which means we have the world's oldest customer service records. While Mesopotamia was busy with its kings and conquests, Egypt entered what historians call the Middle and New Kingdom periods, when pharaohs became even more ambitious. The great warrior pharaohs of the New Kingdom, Thutmose III, Seti I, and Ramses II, expanded Egypt's borders through military campaigns, bringing gold from Nubia, cedar wood from Lebanon, and tribute from as far away as Syria. Ramses II, in particular, loved to carve his name on just about everything, leaving colossal statues of himself scattered across the land. Modesty, it seems, was not his strong suit. And then there were the Hittites, a people from Anatolia who mastered the art of ironworking slightly earlier than their neighbours, giving them a temporary but powerful advantage. They built a formidable empire, clashing with Egypt in one of the world's first recorded battles at Kadesh, around 1274 BCE. The battle ended in what may have been a draw, but the two sides signed what is also considered the first known peace treaty, a surprisingly civilized end to a clash involving thousands of chariots. Chariots, incidentally, were the tanks of the Bronze Age. Light, fast, and deadly, they allowed archers to shoot while speeding past enemy lines, turning battles into something resembling an action sequence from a very dusty film. Training horses for chariotry became a science, and kings invested heavily in their stables. For control of the battlefield often came down to who had the best horses. Farther east, the Indus Valley civilization began to wane, likely due to environmental changes that dried up key rivers. But in its place, the seeds of Vedic civilization were sprouting in India. The Vedas, ancient Sanskrit hymns composed during this time, became the foundation of Hindu philosophy and religion. They speak of cosmic order, sacrifice, and the gods Indra, Agni, and Varuna, divine forces that shaped the world and demanded respect. These hymns were passed down orally for centuries, chanted by priests with extraordinary precision before ever being written down. Meanwhile, in China, the Shang dynasty gave way to the Zhou, who introduced the concept of the mandate of heaven. This was a clever bit of political theology that said a ruler governed with divine approval, but only so long as he ruled justly. Should he become corrupt or tyrannical, heaven would withdraw its mandate, and rebellion would be justified. This idea would echo through Chinese history for thousands of years, offering both legitimacy to rulers and justification for overthrowing them. The Bronze Age was also the era of myth-making. In Greece, the Mycenaean civilization flourished, building palaces at Mycenae and Tiryns, sailing the Aegean in their ships, and perhaps fighting the legendary Trojan War. Homer's epics, the Iliad and the Odyssey, would later immortalize this era, blending history and legend into timeless poetry. Whether or not Achilles and Hector actually existed, their story captured the spirit of a heroic age. An age when warriors sought glory, gods meddled in human affairs, and the cities could fall to the cunning of a wooden horse. In the Americas, too, civilization was taking its first steps. The Olmecs of Mesoamerica built colossal stone heads, each weighing several tons, and developed a complex society with trade networks and ceremonial centers. In Peru, the Norte Chico culture erected impressive mounds and plazas, making them some of the earliest city builders in the Americas. Though far removed from Mesopotamia and Egypt, they too were part of this great global shift toward urban life and hierarchy. But just as these early empires were hitting their stride, the Bronze Age experienced a dramatic and mysterious collapse around 1200 BCE. Across the eastern Mediterranean, cities were burned, palaces abandoned, and whole civilizations toppled. The Hittite Empire disappeared, Mycenaean Greece fell into a dark age, and Egypt barely survived a series of invasions by the so-called Sea Peoples, mysterious raiders who appeared from nowhere, like the world's most destructive houseguests. Historians still debate what caused this collapse. Was it climate change, famine, earthquakes, internal rebellions, or some combination of all these factors? Whatever the cause, the result was a profound disruption of the old order. Trade networks broke down, writing systems vanished in some regions, and many once mighty cities were reduced to rubble. Yet out of this chaos came renewal. New peoples rose to prominence. The Phoenicians, those masterful seafarers who spread their alphabet across the Mediterranean. The Israelites, whose monotheistic faith would one day reshape religion worldwide. And later, the Greeks, who would emerge from their dark age to lay the foundations for philosophy, democracy, and drama. The Bronze Age, then, was not just about tools and weapons. It was about humanity learning to organize itself on a grand scale, to manage resources, armies, and ideas across vast territories. It was about kings and conquerors carving their names into history, and about ordinary farmers, merchants, and craftsmen who kept the great engines of civilization turning. As the Bronze Age drew to a close, humanity was poised on the threshold of yet another leap forward. Iron was waiting in the wings, stronger and more abundant than bronze, ready to reshape warfare, agriculture, and society once again. But for now, let us imagine ourselves at sunset on the walls of a great Bronze Age city. The fields stretch out into the distance, the last light glints off bronze spearheads, and somewhere in the palace a scribe sets down his stylus, having just recorded the day's grain tally. The world is changing, as it always does, and soon the sound of iron will ring across the land. The Bronze Age had come to its dramatic and rather smoky conclusion, and humanity was left to rebuild. Out of the ashes of collapsed empires came new powers, new ideas, and, most importantly, a new metal that would change everything: iron. Unlike bronze, which required the slightly inconvenient process of finding copper and tin and smelting them together, iron was far more abundant. Once humanity figured out how to work it, tools became sharper, weapons deadlier, and ploughs more efficient. In short, the Iron Age was about to turn the world into a busier, hungrier, and occasionally bloodier place. Iron had a democratizing effect. Where bronze was expensive and therefore reserved for elites and professional warriors, iron was relatively cheap and plentiful. Soon, more farmers had better tools, more soldiers had better swords, and more empires had the means to expand their reach. The result was an explosion of new civilizations across the world, many of which you've probably heard of: Greece, Rome, Persia, India, China. Names that still echo in our history books, our architecture, and occasionally our films starring suspiciously muscular actors. Let us begin with Greece, because if we don't, they'll never forgive us. Emerging from their post-Mycenaean Dark Age, the Greeks began building city-states, or polis, such as Athens, Sparta, and Corinth. Each city-state had its own personality. Athens was fond of philosophy, theatre, and debating about democracy. Sparta was more interested in military training, strict discipline, and producing citizens who could win staring contests with their enemies before defeating them in battle. Greek mythology flourished during this time, giving the world the Olympian gods in all their dramatic, occasionally soap-operatic glory. Zeus ruled the sky, Hera ruled marriage, and occasionally plotted revenge on Zeus. Athena gave wise counsel, and Dionysus, well, he invented wine and parties, so perhaps we owe him the most. These myths weren't just stories. They were woven into every part of Greek life, from temple rituals to athletic games. Speaking of games, the Olympic Games were established around 776 BCE in honour of Zeus. They were a chance to demonstrate physical prowess, bring honour to one's city-state, and perhaps show off just how shiny one's new bronze discus was. While the Greeks were philosophizing and racing naked around stadiums, the Near East saw the rise of the mighty Assyrian Empire. The Assyrians perfected the art of empire building with a certain efficiency, and, it must be said, a certain enthusiasm for intimidation. Their armies were terrifyingly organized, featuring iron weapons, battering rams, siege engines, and cavalry. The Assyrian kings left behind inscriptions boasting of their conquests, often in gory detail, which makes for fascinating reading if you're into ancient war propaganda. Then came the Persians, under the leadership of Cyrus the Great, who built an empire stretching from Anatolia to India. Unlike the Assyrians, the Persians were known for a more benevolent approach to ruling conquered peoples, allowing them to keep their customs, religions, and languages as long as they paid their taxes. This policy created one of the most stable and multicultural empires of the ancient world. Cyrus and his successors built the Royal Road, a vast highway system that allowed messages to travel from one end of the empire to the other in record time. Ancient FedEx, if you will. Meanwhile, in India, the Vedic period gave way to the rise of kingdoms called Mahajanapadas. This was the era when the great epics, the Mahabharata and the Ramayana, were composed, sweeping tales of duty, honour, war, and divine intervention that still shape Indian culture today. Philosophical traditions also took root. Buddhism, founded by Siddhartha Gautama, offered a path to enlightenment through meditation and compassion, while Jainism taught non-violence to an extraordinary degree. Some monks even swept the ground before them to avoid stepping on insects. China too entered its own Iron Age, with the Zhou dynasty giving way to the Warring States period. This was a time of constant conflict, but also a time of remarkable intellectual flowering. Confucius wandered from state to state, teaching about morality, duty, and the importance of proper ritual, advice that would later become the bedrock of Chinese civilization. Laozi, the semi-legendary founder of Taoism, taught about living in harmony with the Tao, the natural way of the universe, offering a counterbalance to the more rigid Confucian order. It was a time of chaos and creativity, when warlords fought for dominance, but poets, scholars, and strategists shaped the philosophies that would endure for centuries. And then there was Rome. In its early days, Rome was just a small city on the banks of the Tiber River, ruled by kings, or so the legends say. The Romans loved a good origin story, and theirs was dramatic. Twins Romulus and Remus, abandoned as infants, were raised by a she-wolf before Romulus eventually killed his brother and founded the city. Nothing like a bit of sibling rivalry to start a civilization. Rome would soon cast off its kings and become a republic, governed by senators, assemblies, and a complex system of checks and balances. Though, if we're honest, it was still dominated by aristocrats in togas. The Romans were practical people, brilliant engineers who built roads, aqueducts, and sewers that still survive today. They also had a knack for absorbing the gods and cultures of others. So much so that many of their deities were simply renamed Greek gods with slightly different fashion choices. Trade and connectivity flourished during this age. Iron tools made farming more productive, leading to surpluses that allowed for artisans, philosophers, and soldiers to pursue their crafts. The Mediterranean became a giant cultural exchange, with Phoenician traders spreading their alphabet far and wide, making writing simpler and more accessible than ever before. This alphabet would eventually inspire Greek letters, Latin script, and ultimately the very words you are reading right now. But let's not forget the common folk in all of this. Most people in the Iron Age were farmers, waking at dawn to tend fields, harvest grain, and hope that the weather, or the tax collector, wouldn't ruin their year. Life could be hard, but there were moments of joy. Festivals to celebrate the harvest, religious rituals to honour the gods, and markets where gossip flowed as freely as olive oil. And of course, there were wars. The Iron Age was noisy with the clash of swords, the thunder of chariots, and the shouts of soldiers. Yet these conflicts drove innovation, better armour, new tactics, and eventually the rise of professional standing armies that could campaign for years at a time. Perhaps the most fascinating thing about the Iron Age, however, was the birth of philosophy and science as we know them. In Greece, thinkers like Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle asked questions about justice, existence, and the nature of reality. In India, scholars explored mathematics and astronomy, giving the world the concept of zero, a number that may not sound exciting but is rather essential for modern life. In China, Sun Tzu wrote The Art of War, a treatise that is still studied today, not just by generals but by business executives who like to imagine their quarterly reports as epic battles. By the end of the Iron Age, the world was more connected, more literate, and more intellectually alive than ever before. Civilizations were trading goods, exchanging ideas, and building networks that stretched across continents. Yet tensions simmered. Athens and Sparta would clash in the Peloponnesian War. Rome would fight for dominance in Italy, and China would not be united until the Qin dynasty finally brought the warring states to heel. So picture, if you will, the world at the close of this age. Iron ploughs cut into the soil. Philosophers debate under olive trees. Roman senators argue in the forum. Persian messengers gallop down the royal road. And somewhere in China, a farmer looks up at the night sky and wonders what it all means. Humanity had entered an era not just of metal, but of ideas. And those ideas would shape the centuries to come. By the time we reached the height of the classical age, humanity had become very good at building, and not just with stone and mortar. This was an age of building philosophies, political systems, economies, armies, and entire worldviews. The Mediterranean, India, China, and beyond were buzzing with activity. Empires were growing larger, ideas were flowing faster, and the world was, for the first time, starting to feel connected in a way that went beyond a single river valley or a single kingdom. Let us begin in Greece, where the city-states had finally hit their stride. Athens, that shimmering jewel of philosophy and theatre, was enjoying its golden age. Under the leadership of Pericles, Athens built the Parthenon, a temple so perfect in proportion that even today architects study its design. It was a time of Socrates wandering the streets, stopping unsuspecting citizens to ask them deep and slightly unsettling questions like, "What is virtue?" Or, "Are you sure you know what you think you know?" His method was brilliant, if occasionally annoying. Drama, too, was flourishing. Playwrights like Sophocles, Euripides, and Aristophanes were packing the theatres with tragedies and comedies. The Athenians loved a good story, especially one involving hubris, fate, and the occasional vengeful god. Imagine sitting under the open sky at the theatre of Dionysus, watching Oedipus Rex for the first time, and realizing, along with poor Oedipus, that things have gone terribly, terribly wrong. But Athens' glory days were not to last forever. Across the Peloponnesus, Sparta watched Athens' growing power with suspicion, as only Sparta could, through narrowed eyes and clenched jaws. Tensions between the two city-states eventually erupted into the Peloponnesian War, a long, grinding conflict that saw Athens brought to its knees. Sparta might have won the war, but its victory was short-lived, and soon both cities were exhausted, leaving Greece vulnerable. Enter Macedon, a kingdom to the north, led by one of history's most remarkable figures, Alexander the Great. Trained by Aristotle himself, Alexander inherited a formidable army from his father, Philip II, and promptly set out to conquer pretty much everything he could reach. In little more than a decade, Alexander carved out an empire stretching from Greece to Egypt to India, spreading Greek culture wherever he went. This blending of cultures, known as Hellenism, resulted in a fascinating mix of Greek, Egyptian, Persian, and Indian traditions. After Alexander's untimely death, he was only 32, his generals divided his empire. But the Hellenistic age continued, leaving a legacy of art, architecture, and science that would inspire generations. Meanwhile, to the west, Rome was slowly transforming from a regional power into something much more formidable. The Roman Republic had perfected a system of governance that balanced the interests of the aristocracy with those of the common people, at least in theory. Its armies, disciplined and highly organised, marched across Italy, then across the Mediterranean, defeating rivals one by one. Rome's clash with Carthage in the Punic Wars was legendary, especially the part where Hannibal marched elephants over the Alps, an achievement so daring it still boggles the mind. Rome eventually triumphed, turning the Mediterranean into what they proudly called Mare Nostrum, our sea. Rome's power was not just military. Its legal system, engineering feats, and roads created a network that tied its territories together. All roads lead to Rome was not just a saying, it was practically a fact. The Roman aqueducts brought fresh water into cities, public baths kept citizens relatively clean, and amphitheatres like the Colosseum provided entertainment on an epic scale. Whether it was gladiatorial combat or dramatic plays, Romans knew how to put on a show. But the classical age was not just about Rome and Greece. Farther east, India was experiencing its own golden age under the Maurya and later Gupta empires. Chandragupta Maurya founded the first large empire in Indian history, while his grandson, Ashoka the Great, after a particularly bloody battle, converted to Buddhism and began spreading messages of peace and tolerance. Under the Guptas, mathematics, astronomy, and medicine flourished. It was here that the concept of zero was fully developed, paving the way for modern mathematics. China, too, was entering one of its most pivotal periods. The warring states were finally united under Qin Shi Huang, who declared himself the first emperor of China. His reign was short but transformative. He standardized weights, measures, coinage, and even the writing system, ensuring that China could function as a single, unified state. He also began work on what would eventually become the Great Wall, employing hundreds of thousands of labourers to keep out northern invaders. The Han dynasty followed, ushering in a golden age of stability and innovation. Paper was invented, Confucianism became the official philosophy of the state, and China's influence stretched far along the Silk Road, a vast trade network that connected East and West. Silk, spices, glass, and ideas travelled thousands of miles, linking civilizations that had previously known little about each other. It was a kind of ancient globalization, slower than ours but no less significant. Far across the ocean, the Maya were building great cities in Mesoamerica, filled with step pyramids, astronomical observatories, and intricate calendars. They tracked the movements of the planets with astonishing accuracy, their priests timing rituals to celestial events. In the Andes, the Moche and Nazca cultures were flourishing, leaving behind mysterious geoglyphs in the desert. Those vast drawings you can only truly see from the air, as though they were meant for the gods' eyes rather than human ones. Religion during this era was evolving as well. Zoroastrianism, with its emphasis on the cosmic struggle between good and evil, spread through Persia. Judaism, already established, continued to shape the moral outlook of its followers, laying the groundwork for Christianity, which was soon to emerge. Mystery religions in Greece and Rome offered personal salvation and secret rites, hinting at the growing hunger for a deeper spiritual connection. The classical age was also the age of philosophy and science. Aristotle wrote treatises on everything from biology to ethics. Archimedes invented clever war machines and explained the principles of buoyancy, and Euclid laid the foundations of geometry. In India, Aryabhata calculated the circumference of the earth with impressive accuracy, while Chinese scholars were developing seismographs and perfecting the art of bureaucracy, a science in its own right. Of course, life was not all marble temples and philosophical musings. There were still wars, famines, and plagues. Ordinary people still worked hard in the fields, paid their taxes, and worried about whether the next harvest would feed their families. Yet there was a growing sense that humanity was capable of great things, that the world could be understood through reason, improved through law, and perhaps even governed justly. As this era drew toward its close, storm clouds gathered on the horizon. The Roman Republic was straining under the weight of its conquests, sliding toward civil war and the rise of emperors. In China, the Han dynasty would eventually collapse, plunging the country into centuries of division. New religions, Christianity, Buddhism, and others, would soon challenge old ways of thinking, reshaping cultures from within. But for now, let us pause at the height of this classical age. Picture yourself in Athens, listening to Aristotle lecture in the Lyceum, or in Rome, watching the forum bustle with senators, merchants, and gossip. Imagine standing along the Silk Road as a caravan arrives, laden with exotic goods from lands you've only heard about in travellers' tales. The world had never been so interconnected. Ideas had never flowed so freely. And humanity was standing at the threshold of another great transformation. The world after the classical age was one of transition, a time when the old marble pillars of antiquity were crumbling, but something entirely new was quietly taking shape. If you were to stand on a hilltop somewhere in the 5th century and gaze out across the known world, you would have seen a landscape shifting like sand dunes in the wind. The Roman Empire, that grand colossus that had once claimed to bring order from Britain to Egypt, was now struggling to keep its borders intact. And yet, while one empire stumbled, new forces, spiritual, intellectual, and political, were gathering momentum. Rome, as you may recall, had once seemed eternal. The Pax Romana, that fabled peace, had allowed roads to stretch like veins across the empire, cities to flourish, and culture to thrive. But by the late 4th century, Rome was weighed down by internal decay. Taxes grew heavier, the army relied more and more on foreign mercenaries, and politics became a revolving door of short-lived emperors and ambitious generals. Imagine running the largest empire in the ancient world and still not being able to agree on who should be in charge. It was like watching an endless boardroom meeting, but with more swords. As Rome struggled, the tribes at its borders were on the move. The Goths, Vandals, and Huns swept across Europe seeking new lands. The Huns, under their formidable leader Attila, were said to leave a trail of devastation so complete that, according to one historian, the grass never grew where they had passed. A touch dramatic, perhaps, but you get the idea. In 410 CE, the Visigoths under Alaric sacked Rome itself, the first time the city had fallen to a foreign army in 800 years. To the people of the time, it must have felt like the end of the world. Saint Jerome, writing from Bethlehem, famously lamented, "The city which had taken the whole world was itself taken." But while the Western Roman Empire was collapsing like a badly built sandcastle, the Eastern Roman Empire, which we now call the Byzantine Empire, endured. Its capital, Constantinople, was a marvel, a city of towering walls, glittering churches, and a strategic position that controlled trade between Europe and Asia. Under Emperor Justinian in the 6th century, Byzantium experienced something of a golden age. Justinian commissioned the construction of the Hagia Sophia, a church so magnificent that when he first saw its completed dome, he is said to have exclaimed, "Solomon, I have outdone thee." A bold claim, but then again, emperors were not known for their modesty. Justinian also codified Roman law, producing the Corpus Juris Civilis, which would influence European legal systems for centuries. Life in Constantinople was a heady mix of politics, religion, and chariot racing. Yes, chariot racing. The Hippodrome was the heart of public life, where factions known as the Blues and the Greens sometimes turned sporting rivalries into full-blown riots. Imagine your local football derby, but with the occasional attempt to overthrow the government thrown in. Religion, meanwhile, was no longer just one tradition among many. It was becoming the defining feature of society. Christianity, once a persecuted sect, was now the faith of emperors. The Council of Nicaea in 325 CE had attempted to establish a unified doctrine, hammering out key questions about the nature of Christ. Theologians debated with a passion usually reserved for war, and occasionally things did turn violent. One story, possibly exaggerated, claims that St. Nicholas, yes, the future Santa Claus, once slapped a heretic at the council. So much for peace on earth. But Christianity was not the only faith shaping the world. In the early 7th century, in the deserts of Arabia, a merchant named Muhammad began to receive revelations that would form the foundation of Islam. Preaching the oneness of God, social justice, and moral reform, Muhammad's message resonated deeply. Within a century of his death, Islamic rule stretched from Spain to Central Asia. The Islamic world became a powerhouse of learning, translating Greek texts, inventing algebra, mapping the stars, and developing medicine in ways that would later inspire Europe's own intellectual revival. Baghdad, in particular, became a city of dazzling brilliance, home to the House of Wisdom, where scholars from many cultures worked side by side. If you wanted to learn astronomy, philosophy, or how to calculate the circumference of the Earth, this was the place to be. And yes, they actually did calculate it, with remarkable accuracy, while much of Europe was still debating how best to stack hay. Speaking of Europe, the so-called Dark Ages were not quite as dark as they are often painted. True, long-distance trade declined, and many cities shrank, but monasteries became beacons of knowledge. Monks in remote corners of Ireland and Italy painstakingly copied manuscripts, preserving not just religious texts, but also works of Aristotle, Cicero, and Virgil. Without these quiet scribes, much of classical literature might have been lost. Europe was also knitting itself together in new ways. Charlemagne, king of the Franks, built an empire that spanned much of Western Europe, and was crowned emperor by the Pope in the year 800, a symbolic moment that tried to revive the idea of a united Christendom. His court at Aachen became a centre of learning, attracting scholars who standardized writing, promoted education, and encouraged the arts. This Carolingian Renaissance, as historians call it, was like a small light flickering in the darkness. Beyond Europe, the world was buzzing with activity. In India, Hinduism continued to flourish, developing its intricate philosophies and devotional traditions. Buddhism spread into Tibet and Southeast Asia, where temples like Borobudur rose from the jungle, covered in intricate carvings that told the story of the Buddha's path to enlightenment. China, under the Tang dynasty, was in the midst of a golden age. Its capital, Chang'an, was a city of nearly 2 million people, a place where Persian traders rubbed shoulders with Korean diplomats and Indian monks. Poetry flourished, printing technology was developed, and civil service examinations ensured that talented individuals, at least those who could master Confucian classics, could rise to positions of power. Meanwhile, across the Atlantic, the Maya were charting the heavens, creating calendars so precise they could predict solar eclipses centuries in advance. Their cities, with their stepped pyramids and ball courts, were centres of political and ritual life. Farther north, the mound builder cultures of North America constructed enormous earthworks whose purpose still intrigues archaeologists today. In Africa, kingdoms such as Ghana were growing wealthy from the trade in gold and salt. Caravans crossed the Sahara, their long lines of camels carrying goods and ideas between West Africa and the Mediterranean world. Over time, this trade would lead to the rise of great centres of learning like Timbuktu, where scholars debated everything from theology to astronomy. Through all this, religion was both a unifying force and a source of conflict. It provided a shared moral framework, inspired breathtaking art and architecture, and gave comfort in uncertain times. But it also drew lines between us and them, setting the stage for future clashes. The world was becoming more interconnected, but also more complicated. By the end of this era, the stage was set for the great dramas of the High Middle Ages, the Crusades, the building of Gothic cathedrals, the rise of powerful kings and queens, and the stirrings of intellectual revival that would eventually blossom into the Renaissance. Humanity had endured invasions, plagues, and the fall of empires, yet it had also preserved and created knowledge, woven new faiths into the fabric of society, and laid the groundwork for a world that was about to grow even more ambitious. If the classical age was a symphony of marble and reason, this age was more like a chant echoing through a vaulted cathedral. Steady, resonant, sometimes mournful, but always pointing upward. The wheel of history had turned, and though the path was winding, it was carrying humanity toward a new dawn. The world was stirring again. By the 11th century, Europe, which had once seemed so fragmented and quiet after the fall of Rome, was beginning to hum with renewed energy. The farms were a little more productive, the towns a little busier, the markets a little noisier. It was as though civilization had taken a long nap and was now stretching, yawning, and wondering what to do next. What it did, rather dramatically, was set off on a series of holy wars. The Crusades began, at least officially, with Pope Urban II's rousing speech at Clermont in 1095. He called upon Christian knights to take up arms and reclaim Jerusalem from Muslim control. His words lit a fire in the heart of thousands. Knights, peasants, and even entire families set out for the Holy Land. Many of them probably had only a vague idea where Jerusalem actually was, but details, it seemed, were less important than the promise of spiritual reward. The First Crusade was astonishingly successful, capturing Jerusalem in 1099 after a brutal siege. Chroniclers tell of scenes so bloody they make the stomach turn, though one imagines that in the retelling they also made certain bishops rather pleased. Crusader states were established in the Levant, complete with castles, courts and markets. These were not just military outposts, but cultural crossroads where East met West, where spices, fabrics and ideas flowed as freely as sword blows. Subsequent crusades were a mixed bag of glory and disaster. The Second Crusade faltered. The Third, led by Richard the Lionheart and Saladin, became the stuff of legend. And the Fourth somehow ended with Crusaders sacking Constantinople, a Christian city. That last one must have been rather awkward to explain in confession. But for all their violence, the Crusades had a curious side effect. They opened Europe's eyes to the wider world. Returning Crusaders brought back not just tales of battle, but also sugar, spices, silk, and knowledge. Arabic numerals, which were much easier than Roman ones. Try doing your taxes in Roman numerals, you'll see why, began to spread. Medical texts, astronomy, and philosophy from the Islamic world made their way into European universities, sparking debates and eventually intellectual revival. While knights were busy galloping eastwards, Europe's towns were growing. Markets swelled with goods, guilds organised trades, and a new merchant class began to emerge. Cities like Venice and Genoa became maritime powers, their ships darting across the Mediterranean like busy water beetles. Trade routes reached farther than ever before, across the Alps, along the Baltic, and eventually as far as China through the revived Silk Road. The world was becoming connected not just by faith, but by commerce. And towering over these growing towns were the cathedrals. The Gothic style, with its pointed arches and flying buttresses, allowed for buildings so tall and airy they seemed to defy gravity. Light streamed through stained glass windows, painting the floors in crimson, blue and gold. If you've ever stood in one of these vast stone forests, Chartres, Notre Dame, Canterbury, you'll know the feeling. Awe, humility, and perhaps a slight crick in the neck from staring upwards too long. These cathedrals were more than churches. They were community projects, often taking generations to complete. Entire towns might work together, quarrying stone, carving statues, or baking bread for the masons. The result was a structure that wasn't just a place of worship, but a testament to human ambition and faith. Faith was everywhere in medieval Europe. Pilgrimages to holy sites became wildly popular. People walked hundreds of miles to visit shrines, often in hopes of healing or redemption. Canterbury became famous after the martyrdom of Thomas Becket, whose story was later immortalised by Chaucer's pilgrims in the Canterbury Tales. If you couldn't manage the trip, you might at least buy a pilgrim badge, the medieval equivalent of a souvenir fridge magnet. But the age wasn't all prayer and stained glass. It was also an era of knights, castles, and, let's be honest, a fair amount of violence. The Code of Chivalry tried to impose rules on warfare, encouraging knights to be honourable, protect the weak, and serve God. The reality, however, was often rather messier. Still, the idea of the noble knight became one of the enduring myths of the age, inspiring romances about Arthur and his Round Table, Roland at Roncevaux, and countless other heroes whose exploits were recited in firelit halls. Beyond Europe, the world was buzzing with its own transformations. In the Islamic world, scholars like Averroes and Avicenna wrote commentaries on Aristotle that would later shape European philosophy. In West Africa, the Mali Empire was rising under kings like Sundiata and later Mansa Musa, whose famous pilgrimage to Mecca was said to have showered so much gold along the way that he disrupted the economies of entire regions. In Asia, the Mongols under Genghis Khan were forging the largest land empire in history. Their conquests were terrifying, but they also created an environment in which trade and communication flourished across Eurasia. The Silk Road reached a new peak under Mongol rule, carrying paper, gunpowder, and, unfortunately, the Black Death. But let's save that for the next chapter. China under the Song dynasty saw remarkable innovations. Gunpowder weapons, the compass, and movable type printing. Its cities were thriving, its economy vibrant, its art exquisite. Even tea culture was becoming more refined, a soothing thought in a world full of upheavals. Back in Europe, universities began to appear: Bologna, Paris, Oxford, where scholars debated theology, law, and the natural world. The dominant method of learning, scholasticism, involved carefully reconciling reason and faith, Aristotle and Augustine, logic and revelation. To the outsider, these debates might have seemed overly precise. Could angels really dance on the head of a pin? But they represented a serious attempt to understand the universe in a coherent way. The late Middle Ages also saw the first stirrings of national identity. Kings in England, France, and Spain were consolidating power, slowly turning feudal patchworks into centralized states. This sometimes led to spectacularly long wars, the 100 Years' War between England and France being a prime example. But out of these struggles emerged stronger monarchies, new military tactics, and even national literatures, as writers began composing not just in Latin, but in their own vernacular languages. Meanwhile, ordinary life was slowly improving. Better ploughs, crop rotation, and new trade networks meant more food, which meant more people, which meant, you guessed it, even bigger towns. Fairs and markets became the centre of social life, filled with jugglers, merchants, and the occasional pickpocket. For a peasant who spent most days toiling in the fields, the annual fair must have felt like a small taste of paradise, or at least a chance to buy a new cooking pot and hear the latest gossip. By the close of the 13th century, Europe was no longer the quiet, fragmented place it had been after Rome's fall. It was vibrant, interconnected, and increasingly ambitious. Its knights had marched to Jerusalem, its merchants had sailed to the edges of the known world, its masons had built stone dreams that still touch the clouds today. The stage was now set for an age of both calamity and creativity. Plagues, wars, and schisms on the one hand, and on the other, an intellectual flowering that would lead directly to the Renaissance. History, as it often does, was about to turn the page again. And as we prepare to follow it, one can't help but marvel at how humanity, despite its wars, rivalries, and occasional tendency to burn things down, kept building castles, cathedrals, ships, and ideas, as though somehow deep down we always believed that tomorrow might just be better than today. History, if we are honest, has a rather mischievous sense of timing. Just as Europe was beginning to recover from centuries of raids, invasions, and the occasional Viking surprise visit, life took a dramatic and rather sinister turn. Sometime in the mid-14th century, a quiet killer slipped into the world's busiest trade routes. It crept aboard merchant ships, leaving the ports of the Black Sea, nestled itself in the fur of rats, and set sail for Europe. When it arrived, it changed everything. The Black Death, as we now call it, struck with terrifying swiftness. Bubonic plague killed with such efficiency that whole families disappeared in a matter of days. Chroniclers wrote of towns where there were hardly enough living to bury the dead. People tried everything to stop it, praying, burning incense, even blaming strangers. Flagellant groups marched from village to village, whipping themselves, believing that if they punished their own flesh enough, God might spare the rest of them. In truth, the plague neither cared for their piety nor their penance. It simply did what microbes do. And yet, out of this unimaginable tragedy came profound change. Fields lay fallow, castles stood empty, and wages for peasants, those who had survived, suddenly went up. After all, when there are fewer farm hands around, the ones who remain find themselves rather in demand. The rigid bonds of medieval feudalism began to loosen. Peasants negotiated, sometimes rebelled, and landlords, perhaps reluctantly, discovered they had to treat their tenants a little better. Psychologically, Europe was never quite the same. People had seen death on a scale they could hardly comprehend. Some turned inward, becoming deeply religious, convinced the end of days was near. Others turned outward, embracing life, beauty, and the pleasures of the world while they could. And so, as the 14th century drew to a close, a new spirit began to stir, one that would blossom into what we call the Renaissance. In Florence, this spirit found fertile soil. The wealthy Medici family became patrons of artists and scholars, pouring gold into the city's workshops and studios. Filippo Brunelleschi, a man of genius and no small amount of stubbornness, built the great dome of the Florence Cathedral, solving an architectural problem that had baffled engineers for decades. It rose above the skyline like a declaration that humanity, despite its fragility, could still achieve greatness. Artists like Botticelli, Michelangelo, and Leonardo da Vinci followed, filling Italy with works that still leave visitors speechless. Leonardo was the very model of a Renaissance man, a painter, sculptor, inventor, engineer, anatomist, and occasional dreamer of flying machines. His notebooks are filled with sketches of helicopters, tanks, and devices no one would attempt to build for centuries. This rebirth of learning was not just about pretty paintings. It was a rediscovery of the classical past, a marriage of Greek rationalism and Christian thought that placed humanity, with all its reason and potential, at the centre of the story. Humanists like Petrarch and Erasmus championed the idea that education could improve the individual and, by extension, society itself. It was a hopeful philosophy, though some critics worried that too much thinking might encourage dangerous ideas. Meanwhile, in the East, the last vestige of the Roman Empire, Byzantium, was reaching its final hour. In 1453, after a long siege, the Ottoman Sultan Mehmed II finally took Constantinople. The city that had withstood centuries of attacks fell, and with it the great Christian bulwark of the East. Hagia Sophia, once the greatest church in Christendom, became a mosque. For Europe, this was a shock, but it was also a spur. The old trade routes to Asia were now in Ottoman hands, so explorers began to dream of finding new ones. Around this same time, a man in Mainz named Johannes Gutenberg quietly changed the world with a machine that pressed inked letters onto paper. The printing press meant books could be produced faster and cheaper than ever before. Knowledge, once the closely guarded possession of monks and scholars, began to spread. Literacy rates crept up. People could read the Bible for themselves. Always a slightly dangerous prospect for the religious authorities. Indeed, it was not long before a German monk named Martin Luther had a few things to say about how the church was doing its business. In 1517, he nailed his 95 Theses to the door of a church in Wittenberg. It was not, as some imagine, an act of vandalism, but rather an invitation to scholarly debate. Nevertheless, his criticisms of indulgences, payments for forgiveness, hit a nerve. Thanks to the printing press, his ideas spread like wildfire. The Reformation was underway. Soon, Europe was divided between Protestant and Catholic regions, and the two sides were often at each other's throats, sometimes literally. Wars of religion swept across France, the Holy Roman Empire, and beyond. The 30 Years' War in the 17th century left much of Central Europe devastated, with villages burned, armies roaming the countryside, and famine stalking the survivors. But conflict also brought renewal. The Catholic Church responded with its own counter-reformation, reforming abuses and sponsoring new art and education. The Jesuits emerged as teachers and missionaries, spreading Catholicism to Asia and the Americas. The map of Europe was changing, both politically and spiritually. While theologians debated predestination and papal authority, explorers were making the world bigger. The Portuguese navigated around Africa to reach India, their caravels hugging the coast like cautious cats. The Spanish, meanwhile, sent Columbus westward across the Atlantic. He believed he had reached the Indies, though he had in fact bumped into a whole new continent. The so-called Age of Discovery transformed the globe. Suddenly, Europe had access to gold and silver from the Americas, spices from the East Indies, and new foods like potatoes, tomatoes, and maize that would revolutionize diets. But this global exchange came at a terrible price for the native peoples of the Americas, who were decimated by European diseases, enslaved, and conquered. The transatlantic slave trade began in earnest, creating a human tragedy whose scars are still with us today. Back home, another quiet revolution was taking shape, one of thought and observation. Astronomers like Copernicus dared to suggest that perhaps the Earth was not, after all, the centre of the universe. Galileo peered through his telescope and saw moons circling Jupiter, spots marring the sun, and craters on the moon. Hardly the perfect heavenly spheres described by Aristotle. His findings were, shall we say, not universally welcomed. The church placed him under house arrest, which at least gave him time to keep writing. Johannes Kepler refined the model of the heavens with his 3 laws of planetary motion. And finally, in the late 17th century, Isaac Newton sat under an apple tree, or so the story goes, and formulated his laws of motion and universal gravitation. The world was becoming less mysterious, but in some ways more wondrous. People were beginning to believe that the universe operated according to discoverable laws, that reason could unlock nature's secrets. This was the seed of the Enlightenment, that intellectual movement that would soon call for liberty, democracy, and an end to tyranny. The late Middle Ages and early modern era, then, were not just a bridge between the medieval and modern worlds. They were the crucible in which our modernity was forged. Out of plague and death came new life. Out of religious conflict came new freedoms. Out of voyages of conquest came a truly global economy. Out of stargazing came a new vision of the universe itself. By the end of the 17th century, Europe was no longer the same place it had been 300 years earlier. It was richer, more literate, more connected, and more restless. The stage was set for revolutions, political, industrial, and intellectual, that would shake the world in the centuries to come. And so, with a deep breath and perhaps a little trepidation, humanity prepared to step into the modern age. The dawn of the modern era arrived not with a single trumpet blast, but with a series of small, insistent knocks. Revolutions of thought, of politics, of industry. Humanity, having survived plagues, wars, and the collapse of empires, seemed suddenly restless. It was as though we had decided that simply surviving was no longer enough. We wanted to reinvent the world itself. The 18th century brought the Enlightenment, sometimes called the Age of Reason, a time when philosophers gathered in salons to discuss liberty, progress, and the curious notion that perhaps kings were not divinely appointed after all. Voltaire, with his razor-sharp wit, poked fun at superstition and tyranny. Montesquieu pondered the separation of powers, an idea that would inspire constitutions. Rousseau waxed lyrical about the social contract, suggesting that government should actually serve the people. This was a bit of a shock to monarchs, who had been under the impression that things worked the other way around. Then came the political revolutions. Across the Atlantic, 13 colonies decided they had had quite enough of being taxed by Britain without representation. In 1776, they declared independence and, after a rather spirited war, founded the United States of America. A few years later, France had a revolution of its own, though theirs was rather messier, involving the storming of the Bastille, the guillotine, and a general sense that heads were literally rolling. These revolutions were more than just dramatic events. They signalled a shift in the way humanity saw itself. Power was no longer assumed to be the birthright of kings. Rights, liberty, equality, these were becoming the watchwords of a new age. Not everyone enjoyed equal rights, of course. Women, peasants, and enslaved people had to wait rather longer to be heard. But the seed had been planted. Even as thrones trembled, another revolution was taking place. This one made of iron, steam, and soot. The Industrial Revolution began quietly in Britain, where inventors tinkered with spinning machines and steam engines. Soon, textile mills were whirring, coal mines were rumbling, and factories were sprouting like mushrooms. Cities swelled with workers seeking employment, their streets choked with smoke, and the occasional horse-drawn cart stuck in early morning traffic. Industry transformed everything. Goods that once took days to produce could now be made in hours. Railways stitched landscapes together with ribbons of iron. Steamships shrank oceans. Telegraph lines carried messages faster than any rider could gallop. The world felt as though it was speeding up, and indeed it was. But industrialization came at a price. The new cities were often crowded and unsanitary, with children working long hours in factories. Poets like William Blake spoke of dark, satanic mills, while Charles Dickens introduced readers to grimy streets and orphaned waifs. And yet, alongside the soot and suffering came new opportunities. Rising literacy rates, cheaper goods, and scientific discoveries that would shape the future. Science, indeed, was advancing at a breathtaking pace. In the 19th century, Charles Darwin published On the Origin of Species, proposing that all life evolved through natural selection, an idea that scandalized some and fascinated others. Louis Pasteur discovered germs, saving countless lives with vaccines and pasteurization. Michael Faraday and James Clerk Maxwell unlocked the secrets of electromagnetism, paving the way for electric lights, telegraphs, and eventually radios. The 19th century was also the age of empire. European powers, now equipped with railways, steamships, and guns, expanded their reach across Africa and Asia. Colonies were carved up, sometimes with straight lines on maps that paid no attention to the people living there. It was an age of both adventure and exploitation, of explorers, missionaries, and entrepreneurs, but also of resistance, rebellion, and cultural collision. Then came the 20th century, and with it, a whirlwind. The First World War shattered the illusion that progress would naturally lead to peace. Machine guns, tanks, and chemical weapons turned fields into wastelands. Empires that had stood for centuries, the Austro-Hungarian, Ottoman, and Russian, collapsed in the aftermath. The world swore never again, but just 2 decades later it happened again, on an even more terrible scale. The Second World War saw genocide, total war, and the use of nuclear weapons. Yet out of its ashes came new alliances, the United Nations, NATO, and a determination to prevent global conflict, though not always successfully. The Cold War followed, with its uneasy balance of power between the United States and the Soviet Union. Humanity found itself living under the shadow of nuclear annihilation, yet also reached for the stars. Indeed, the mid-20th century was an age of marvels as well as fears. In 1969, a human being, Neil Armstrong, set foot on the moon. For the first time, we saw our planet from space, a small blue sphere floating in the vastness. It was a humbling, even poetic moment, a reminder of how tiny and fragile we really are. Social revolutions swept across the globe. Civil rights movements fought for racial equality. Women demanded, and gained, the vote in many countries. Colonies threw off their imperial rulers, from India to Ghana to Vietnam. The world map was redrawn again and again as nations emerged from the long shadow of colonialism. Then came the digital revolution, which has brought us to where we are now. Computers, once the size of rooms, became small enough to fit on desks, then in our pockets. The internet stitched the world together, creating what we sometimes call the global village. Information, once so scarce and precious, became abundant, perhaps too abundant. A person with a smartphone today has access to more knowledge than the greatest library of the ancient world. Whether we use it wisely is another question entirely. As the 21st century unfolds, humanity faces challenges that are daunting. Climate change, pandemics, technological disruptions, but also holds possibilities that would have seemed like magic to our ancestors. We can edit genes, explore Mars with robotic rovers, and speak face to face with someone on the other side of the planet in real time. Our story is not over, of course. Civilization is a work in progress. A long, messy, sometimes chaotic conversation between past and future. We still wrestle with the same questions the first city builders must have asked. How do we live together? How do we balance freedom with order, innovation with stability, ambition with compassion? Perhaps that is why history, far from being just a list of dates and battles, is so endlessly fascinating. It is a mirror in which we see both our flaws and our potential. We have built empires and toppled them, invented machines and worried about them, worshipped gods and questioned them. We have been astonishingly cruel and astonishingly kind. And so, as you close your eyes and let this long story settle in your mind, remember that you are part of it. The history of human civilization is still being written in classrooms and courtrooms, laboratories and living rooms, on quiet streets and noisy cities. One day, perhaps, someone will look back at our own time with all its triumphs and troubles and tell its story in a calm, reassuring voice. And if you are still awake after all this, well, that is quite an accomplishment.